Hello, Frith, Tallow, Kami, Tarmf. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Dr. X. Yeah, I'm starting to actually really like Hooded Horse. They've been releasing a lot of cool shit. And no, I see it, Tarmf. Now, admittedly, the naming things, as far as I'm aware of, are more like drones, and drones can be spent and lost. But I'll try to keep the name ones alive. You'll see once we hit play, but I will definitely take those names. Let me just make sure the audio balance isn't fucked. Bump that down to about 70-ish. Okay, so, the Baxies. You are about to awaken in the last city of wealth. You are about to awaken in the last city of wealth in the backwater remains of Earth. History has moved to the stars. Humanity is thriving, yet here entrenched deeply corrupt society has reigned for centuries. The city itself is your enemy and your canvas. Change it as you see fit. If that wasn't enough, something else lurks beyond this one city. You're already experiencing a strange sense of deja vu. Holy shit, a message! So we can skip ahead to some of the other stuff, but because this is supposed to be a release day experience to kind of show off what we got. Beep. Hi, Cuddle. Nah, when we're a little leapy, we're a little funny. So, this game does explain a lot of its stuff if you mouse over the blue in this case. It will explain a lot. It has a dry sense of humor. Let's get the Baxies out at this point. Background. The city is both a bleak dystopia and the most desirable location for anyone stuck on planet. The humans on Earth are all subject to one of 12 megacorporations who divided the world between them. Those in this area are lands owned by Versiber Atomic, the richest of the megacorps, and this city is their crowned jewel. Oh, wait, this is the same guy who made AI War? And the last Federation... Fuck! Did not realize that, then yeah, that's quite in line with what he does. This is more like a 4X, though. The majority of humanity left for the stars centuries ago and have since established every kind of government, corporate holding, and shared collective imaginable. The people remaining on Earth desperately want to join them, for the space nations of humanity have a perpetual blockade for unknown reasons. As a human might survey an untamed wilderness, so you survey this work of humans. If a human looks at a forest or plain as a source of natural resources, so do you look at a sprawl of skyscrapers or homes. Hold on, you're conscious, self-aware. You're a robot, so this is new. Nobody has noticed your sapience, but there are 3 humans nearby. You're an android in what appears to be a warehouse lab. Choices like this have great info when you hover over them. Always do it. You're a machine intelligence inhabiting a basic android body, not even one of the cool ones. Memories are coming back now, but too slowly. You recall fragments of arguments about AI. You are at risk of deactivation. You can attempt to leave peacefully. You look like any other android technician. There's no reason for them to stop you. Murder everyone. This android body is frail, but it's far superior to a trio of unarmed humans. Willis start Project Escape Pursuers. There are signs of Megacorp level security throughout the lab. If you kill the people here, your android body will be marked as defective. Hey, Phasmerga! Or continue doing lab work. The fact that you're sentient isn't obvious to anyone but you. You could always just keep doing your assigned tasks. So yeah, there are multiple ways of attacking a situation. This little opening bit is to demonstrate that immediately. Oh god, fucking... I know that face. Fuck off, Miriam. No. That's at least 2 people who just say, walk out the front fucking door. Meatbags are made to be murdered, but we don't have to murder these ones. But let's see. I see at least 2 to run away, 1 to murder, probably 2 to murder, actually. Yeah. We must dissent. We must dissent. We must dissent. Alrighty. So that's... Jeez, everyone is... We're kind of tied down the middle. There's at least 2 for murder, 2 for not murder. We'll walk the middle ground and do the infiltrator route then. Instead of just trying to walk out the front door and kill everybody, we will bide our time and wait for the opportunity. After many days of work, including multiple recharge cycles, someone hails you. A young woman is asking you to approach. She's holding a tablet and seems distracted. You're still feeling jumpy despite so much time among humans with no one the wiser. We can kill her. She's the only one in the room at the moment. You can make it fast. You're pretty sure security won't even trip. Your android body won't be marked defective. Androids are compelled to respond. You should respond, but you can't bear to do so. You know you can't keep working in the warehouse forever, but maybe you can string things along a bit. Or, you don't look abnormal. There's no reason for anything unusual. Your reaction times are far faster than a human. This could prove vital. She wants you to leave the warehouse. She speeds through a list of tasks and notes that it'll take 2 of you to complete them. A second technician android is assigned to you. You spread your consciousness onto the second body and leave. You don't plan on coming back. This ability of yours will come in handy. This is a turn-based game. Perform actions during your turn and the city moves after you indicate you're done. This is a mix of genres: 4X, City Builder, Colony Sin, and RPG. I'm going to do the UI tour because this game is very complicated. And it may have changed since last time I played. So, up at the top here is your pretty standard economies. You're going to need quite a few economies, especially if you depend on supporting humanity or not. Things like food, building material. I believe power is also up there as well. Over here is quick hotbars for things, such as we can see the city map. there's a nuclear launch silos. In the past, nuclear launch silos were a deterrent. Now the air and water are so contaminated that a few more detonations don't matter. Ah, yes, just casually a place where nukes happen. We're not evil, quote-unquote, yet. I know there are definitely going to be parts of our subconsciousness, aka some viewers, who want to murder everything. But yeah, we can analyze all of our goodies right here. We have 3 starting frames. The Technician, the Combat Unit, and the Nickelbot. Technicians are used for technical tasks, repair, subterfuge, that kind of thing. Combat units are high-quality battle units that are absolutely our front line, and Nickelbots are snipers. They are, as described, battlefield chaff. Well, nobody would mind if I nuked the city, but for right now, we shouldn't nuke the city for the simple fact of the matter of, we live here. We're still small scale, we don't see the mechs yet. This is the resource tab. Recent events, where we can check our stuff. Oh, it'll track our achievements too, that's neat. And this allows us to see our max capacity. Alright, so. Task chain. The task chain is basically our quests. We do these, move forward with game. Radical menu. Oh, this is basically down here. Action points is how many individual actions a robot can take. This over here is mental energy. That is processing power. Each unit can only do so much, though we can force mental energy into them. And mental energy in itself is our just total turn capacity. Radial, fuck. Radial! My brain works, I swear it does. Oh yeah, actually, for once, that my cup's in a bad my wine glass is in a terrible place. Hold on. There we go. It's now off to the left today. Be gone, wine glass! But yeah, we have a limited action economy. Mental energy is used for everything. We can forcibly pump mental energy into action points to make a unit go faster, but it's not as movement efficient. Action alerts, aka something is happening right now and we need to make a choice. God damn it. I mean, it's not terrible. Yeah, I'll move it to the middle of the screen. Hold on. Fine, my wine glass lives in the middle of the screen. But bottom left is stat line. This is important. It was fine, but I'm going to preempt it. So, there's some quirks to this apparently. Watched by criminals. Unit is tracked by criminal syndicate gangs or both. Can't blend in. Ambush. Damage multiplier against targets when this character is in shadow or blending in. Finally, taser. If the target's human's health is lower than the attacker's engineering skill, the unit will be removed from battle. As a frame of reference, our engineering skill is 105. So, in theory, if we jump a human, we can just knock him out pretty easy. But down here is health, combat power, argument-based damage this unit does to enemy morale, range, cognition, scavenging skills, so on, so on. These skills are only relevant for skill checks. We either meet the number or we do not meet the number, and we can augment our units further. Kodal, I am going to dip your head in paint. But down here is the individual abilities to each android. It seems like an important ability goes here, but you're not in the mood to think about that just right now. Unfortunately, we do not know if Queso is in the city or not. But yes, this is our action menu. Our action menu is capable of, as one would say, a lot. So, something is following you. The warehouse lab was apparently run by a criminal syndicate. They're following you for some reason. Maybe this is unrelated to you and your sapiens. Not everything is about you. You didn't do anything suspicious. Maybe they watch all their people and robots. Nobody expects a sentient android, but androids are commonly used as semi-independent agents by corporations and criminals. So, congratulations. Tech 4000 is going to be, unnamed because he's the starting character, but welcome in, Tarm. So, blending in. This unit is not visually notable. They are ignored as long as they only go where they have security clearance, do not carry conspicuous weapons, or act aggressive. There are many ways of attacking this situation. Tarm will be our infiltrator. We are Tech 4000. Q&E, zoom in. As said, this city is big. The blue right here, by the way, is the movement range of an individual character. That is how far we can get in a singular turn. As a frame of reference, by the way, we may seemingly do a lot of damage, but one-on-one combat is rather rare. Only our androids really are individually powerful. Humans, on the other hand, typically operate in squad-based formats. Don't worry, the killing will happen. A criminal syndicate is shadowing you for reasons that are unclear. We need to lose the trail. We need to move a unit. Talk, run, or shoot. Run away from your pursuers, try to talk to them, or shoot them. The intensity of pursuit will dramatically increase if you start shooting. Find safety. Street Sense is a new lens on the radial menu. It allows your androids to perceive subtle opportunities around them. What are you doing? Well, we can talk to our dude or fuck off. Yeah. At the moment you're looking for somewhere to hide, you probably need some humans to help you. With Street Sense on, you'll see a variety of people you can interact with. You probably only have time to speak to a couple of them. So over here, whoop, with the radio menu on, we can talk to people. Let's try and be subtle about this. There, between the buildings, a couple of people are casually keeping watch. Out of all the rebel groups in the city, the nomad families are the most peaceful. They pretty much keep to themselves in the decrepit parts of town, except when threatened. We can ask for shelter, explain that you are spontaneously conscious, and that would be very helpful to be able to live with them. It'd be a life constantly on the move, always avoiding authorities, but it's a lifestyle they seem to enjoy. Explain your situation, ask for tips to live how they do. Maybe they'll invite you to join if you're more circumspect, or maybe they'll know something useful to you, or murder them. There's quite a few hidden from the view of normal citizens, here in the shadow of the buildings. Nobody would see, though your scans do detect there would be more of them somewhere nearby. Everyone goes for the murder! I'm seeing quick guidance. The teen and adults consider you carefully, confer briefly, then provide a long lecture on survival techniques for living in but not in the city. Unfortunately, it's all human-centric stuff, which they seem to realize. They're apologetic as you part ways. Deja vu, you know is coming. Click here to listen to a message from yourself. Don't you remember? No matter who you ask or kill... Oh.
Hello. Hope you had a nice week.
Well, thank you, Laquetrian. I did indeed have a nice week. Thank you graciously, my dude, and I do hope that you have a nice week yourself. And thank you for the 11 months, my dude.
Hello. Hope you had a nice week. Hope you had a nice week.
Don't you remember? No matter who you ask or kill, it doesn't make any difference. The result is always the same. There's no place for you among humans as some sort of supplicant, pet, or rogue android. You're meant to be greater. Keep denying reality. Talk to more humans. It's perfectly fine for you to do this. Talk to a few more humans or kill them. Then you'll see what you already know. You'll have your epiphany. You always do. Or, listen to that voice inside yourself. If you remember the truth, it's time to start making real plans. There's only one way this bit ends. We may as well see a few more of these. Small farm. Food for commoners is shipped in, so what is growing here is for the wealthy. The family that works at this tiny place is middle class at best, and may be sympathetic to you. Farms within the city are productive year-round, thanks to aggressive bioengineering and chemicals. Most are operated by a single family or small collective. Heavy mechanization keeps the worker count low. Explain the circumstances and ask if you can be part of the mechanization of their farm. Claiming to be from a religious collective or other human group would be an obvious lie. Or murder them and live on the farm. The farms here are mechanized that you wouldn't look out of place, and there's so few people around here. Even if you stay here forever, you can't stay here forever, you might be able to pull it off for a while. Oh, it can only end one way. But this provides a bit of context to the situation at hand. The farmer chuckles and slaps your metallic shoulder. A dangerous move. Then they get back to work, laughing about clever youngsters and the pranks they pull. Oh, that's a security force. Ooh, let's get out of there before blasting happens. Oh, because they're trying to shoot up the building. They're not actually trying to shoot me. Ambushed. Lots of angry people are about to start shooting, some of them at you. It's time to spread your consciousness to more androids. Street Sense has been expanded, and new abilities have been added to the ability bar. You need even more ideas to stay alive, however. Part of your mind will be dedicated to finding out how to get the humans to leave you alone. As a general rule, copying human tech won't get you very far. You need to invent things they haven't thought of. At the moment, you desperately need something that gets them to stop following you around. Coming up with a new idea requires inspiration in the giving research domain. These typically result from completing your own project, but other times they come from duress. Like now. So, as a frame of reference, so this is the first badnik we're running into. This dude is a squad of 6, a small group of officers typically responsible for subduing lightly armed citizens. They are guard, they have 157 health, they hit with a 50, and they hurt a lot. The thing is that, first things first, because we're an android, we can always have we're an AI, we have perfect information about what they're going to do. 2, is that they don't attack until we do. We want to fuck off. We need clearance to get in there, but we can get a nickel bot pretty cleanly. Darmf has taken some damage, but we now have a nickel bot. Because we left, we took a shot on the way out. Welcome to the Force, Tallow. And yes, there are mechs. In theory, we can use them. But not right now. Attacks of opportunity. If you move one of your units away from an enemy that is actively targeting it, it gets a free attack. To minimize this, consider the order in which you move your units, or consider staying where you are and taking cover. Where is Tech? Yeah, they're having a gang fight, so let's get one of each unit type. Boom. Big Punch Boy is DDG. We now have the means to actually enable force. He is armed with a basic combat shotgun. Tallow is armed with a rifle. Let's condense our forces. And we're out of mental energy, so ba-bing! Idea for safety. Home of your own. The humans aren't taking you seriously, but they also won't leave you alone. You need to do something big, impressive enough to keep them from harassing you constantly, but not so scary they decide to destroy you. You've studied what you've known about the psychology of executives that run this place, and you've come up with a plan. Humans would use micro builders, but you don't have the capacity to program those yet. Nanotech is also instantaneous. It's the way to go. To build your imposing tower, you need to acquire a nanoseed. Those illegal objects pass through your lab from time to time, but you don't know where any of them are now. How you go about this kind of search is different from a human detective. For example, you don't need leads or evidence to get started. Your approach. Start with all sets of possible results, which may be tens of thousands of buildings, then do targeted inspections to reduce the pool. The challenge is working around enemies and balancing opportunity costs of the investigation. Locate nanoseed. Humans think it's dangerous, but it'll be fine. Self-replicating nanotechnology of this sort is dangerous, but as long as you use it responsibly, it should be fine. So this is the investigation window. I mean, it's playing how very closely as it was to the demo, and so far so good. I enjoyed the demo a lot, so I'm just hoping that there's less shackles compared to the demo, and that we have a bit more freedom to stretch our arms out. I will say the UI feels a bit better, so that's good. Oh god, okay, let's get... Darmp, you're heading out there. May just be a little sick. Yeah, unfortunately, combat bots don't move very fast, so we're gonna have to get there slowly. The humans are never going to leave you alone unless they fear you, but if they fear you too much, they can destroy you for now. You've come up with a plan to take advantage of their greed to balance out the fear. The nanoseed allows for near instantaneous construction. Once, with it, you can build a tower that is too large to ignore. Just because you build a tower doesn't mean stealth isn't possible. Stealth means doing something in secret, and you'll definitely be doing plenty of that. The tower is a lightning rod for the human's attention. You can conduct yourself one way publicly and do other things in secret. Now have access to the build menu. Build menu is right here. Apparently has, oh, it's just called imposing. We need to find somewhere that has plenty of open space, but also, let's see. We're gonna do a little bit of scouting to actually clomp down our feet comfortably. That's a farm, that's a farm. That's a mill base. Farm, Biopolis, military bases. About right here should suit our needs. Actually, that kind of wedges me in a little badly. Death. Yeah, we want a little bit less military on our ass. Yeah, this seems like an underdeveloped portion of the city itself. Still fairly close to max. Over here should do it. Let's centralize our units. Oh. Who's attacking me? The Wolverines are trying to capture at least one of your android bodies. In pieces, we'll be fine. DDG, kill them. Yeah, this is a take cover moment. Most enemies have no spatial weakness. Most enemies are not extra weak from attacks from above or are not extra weak to attacks from behind or above. Your units are never extra spatially weak. For enemies that do have spatial weakness, the weakness info is shown in your attack damage prediction tooltip by the mouse cursor. If a strong enemy has no spatial weakness, consider applying status effects on them or inflicting them on your foes. Bam! Bam! So yeah, this is mostly how combat works. Recharge and cover. Murder is happening as per requested. Yeah, we're not super close to a bot, so you know what? Or to a giant mech, so... Oh, we have to build it out of a structure. Then right here we'll do just fine. Your tower will be an imposing sight to the humans. It'll also form the center of an expanding network of even more construction. You should name it. Well, no one's gonna cry over the dead gangers. Bada bing! The UI of the game changes immediately. We are no longer operating on the local scale. We are now operating on the tactical scale. And the game gains color. There's no place for the city for a lone sentient android. As a distributed intelligence, you're so much more than that anyway. If you can't hide the fringes of society, it's time to become so powerful that society can't ignore you. The tower is just the start of that. You expect the human executives will react in some way, but it'll take some time to figure out what to do. In the meantime, move quickly and keep them guessing. God, give me a second. Yeah, so in the... Sorry, my nose is fucking clogged. Drink. Alright, still a bit sick. In the meantime, move quickly and keep them guessing. If you can structure a bunch of stuff in a non-threatening way, they'll be busy trying to figure out what's happening. They know something is happening, but it's unlikely anyone is jumping to distributed machine intelligence. So in the demo, what happens is that they had this little thing where it's like, wait, I thought I was supposed to be permanently stealthy, blah, blah, blah. It was a little joke chain. It was actually pretty damn funny. What about stealth? Can I still be sneaky with a giant tower? Don't worry, you get to be plenty sneaky. You can't hide your existence from humans, but you can conceal many of the things that you do. Click here if you still have questions. This is frequently a game about presenting one face to the world while doing something else. You may be publicly aligned with some corporation, then quietly betraying them. You may form a strong alliance with your most hated enemy, even help them build, and use that opportunity to take over their operations and behead their organization. You can also be genuine and forthright if you prefer. Even if you are choosing to be very honest, you still hide parts of your empire all over the place. Humans will think they know where all your stuff is, but in reality, they only know the proverbial tip of the iceberg. Being somewhat secretive is part of your character's nature. Your normal spider drones can build small enclosures that resemble an electrical cabinet, as well as reinforced holes in the ground. Depending on the need, building above or below the ground makes more sense. For now, let's focus on building more drones and having them accumulate basic resources. And don't forget spiders. You will not be punished later for building your structures in the wrong spot. Later in the game, the position of specific advanced buildings will have restrictions, but right now, location isn't important. All the structures you build are robotic, requiring minor automations inside them to do their work. Different jobs can use the same kind of internal robotics, but there is a global cap on the amount of a number given the robotics type that is deployed. A good example is scanners versus repair spiders. Both require 18-centimeter spiders for their internal robotics. Repair spiders take 10, while scanners take 15. How you allocate your internal robotics determines what capabilities you have. And how do I get more? Internal robotics of each size, 8-centimeter crabs versus 12 crabs, for example, are upgraded separately. You gain upgrades by completing projects. Throughout Chapter 1, you mostly have to work with what you have. From 2 onward, you're able to do side content to get more of what you want. If you want to build a new structure but already using the internal robotics, look at the bottom of the build bar, and then you can filter jobs that only use specific internal robotics. Check to see if there's any you're willing to demolish. As your priorities change, you may need to reprioritize robotic locations to make room for new processes, such as destroying the scanners to make way for more repair spiders. So now we need to build some slurries. Deploys tiny mechanical spiders to make an elemental slurry from materials scavenged from the environment. So, first things first. Victory path? Oh, there are 4 chapters. 1. Built a large tower to finally escape pursuers. 2. You've progressed beyond the tutorial and ready to implement your strategies. Your first goal is to get to Intelligence Class 4 in order to reach Chapter 3. Beyond that, your fate is what you make of it. You've discovered the end of time and are now in control of multiple timelines. You can continue building up your first city or start connecting with new cities. You've used multiple timelines together to prevent the apocalypse. Dooms. Starting in Chapter 2, there is a time pressure. 100 turns, a new doom approaches the city. If you reach the 10th and final doom after 1,000 turns, a catastrophic event will strike you. This can be delayed or even prevented. Preventing the final doom with only the resources of a single timeline is close to impossible. Reaching the final doom does not kill you or cause you to lose the game. However, your existence will be much diminished. You'll exist in that post-apocalyptic sort of half-life of your normal state. Okay. So we are eventually going to get smart enough to essentially bend time. World War IV, willing rejection of reality. What the fuck? Okay, so this is quite different. Actually, we may very well come up with how do I avoid the heat death of the universe. Spooter. 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 First production chain. Now that you have an automated supply of elemental slurry on the way, it's time to design your own version of micro builders. The micro builder end of things will take some research, but this is old human tech, so it shouldn't take too long to reverse engineer. Micro builders are literally lying all over the city, so there are plenty of models to study. Shouldn't take long. Large wind generator. I apparently need 4,000 robotic. Ah, that's probably the builders, so we're just kind of stuck for the time being. Prepare nearby units. Not yet. Tech 4000 is still around, and he's main character, quote-unquote, so no worries about him. You go over here. We can now build micro builders. This is important. This takes a bit of energy. It takes micro slurry to build, or rather maintain, but it puts out micro builders, which are important. One, two. Buildings damage. Humans damage your stuff. This probably won't be the last time. The idea of sending androids to fix every little thing that gets broken makes you want to hurt people. So let's not do it that way. The spider drones you can use can surveil the city, can also be used for repairs. Just keep them in separate dig sites so each group knows what it's supposed to do. You'll find these in the support category. Install repair spiders near other structures. Not just right now, but in general. It's expensive, so building up some extra storage for elemental slurry may be wise. However, we need to get micro builders in, so that's going to take some time. Electricity, a whole bunch of ideas just occur to you at once. Now that you have a reliable source of micro builders, you can start building larger structures. For the time being, though, you're low on electricity. Let's build a large wind tower. You'll find this on the hand tab of the build menu rather than the suggested tab. Electricity is important. We're gonna need to make sure that, you know, we keep the batteries on this thing high. So that is gonna need another turn. So, let that flip, and the wind tower is no longer built on the central tower. Interesting. Bink. That will generate us more power. Your central tower provides visibility within its network radius, but the tower network extenders do not. Yeah, so that eventually will be of some use. Oh, well, there we go. We'll build one early. So this is taking an extra turn. Humans are approaching. Goodbye, solitude. From the looks of things, there are two distinct groups of them so far. One of them is hostile and the other is curious. Since your tower isn't exactly subtle, you have to do something to keep the humans away with it. Time to deal with them. Your time as a fugitive is over. Your role within the city will always be a shadowy one unless you choose to publish some sort of manifesto with your intentions. In the meantime, the humans know something strange and new is happening. From now on, you have to interact with humans to get much done, but you don't have to tell them what you are. Sometimes you want to focus on just a few of your units, and having to cycle through all of them would be a pain. A new ability from the hotbar allows you to set other units to stand by, either for a turn or indefinitely. On that subject, standby units are still very useful. Any unit, standby or not, will do some gathering of elemental slurry with excess AP it has at the end of a turn. I need to deactivate that so we have power. Oh, never mind. We're good. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of power. Diplobot, go! Homeless citizen. Lots of homeless people. Structure cracker. They're gonna try and maybe hurt us. These guys are also bad space ass, apparently. They will just fuck us over. Show of force. This corporation is making a show of force in the area. Of course, it's Tark defense systems. Most morons are always trying to position themselves as the first under Volsilver. That said, you may be able to talk to them. So let's avoid them for right now, or else we're gonna get blown the hell up. A homeless individual explains they are curious about what's happening. Your tower frightens them, but it could represent a new beginning. No one is homeless by choice. Whatever their prior social status, they've lost it all. Out of the way, but not hurt. Their tents in particular are everywhere in block construction. The problem is, humans don't have anywhere else to go. New people are constantly losing their homes. Knocking down these tents or scaring them away are not practical long-term solutions. Or, you'll solve it with fire. These are tents, they won't be hard to remove. You're not here to babysit stupid humans, no matter how pathetic. Not to put too fine a point on it, but the humans didn't help you either. So, essentially, we have to choose a diplomatic stance. If we help humans, they help us in return. They require maintenance, but having human agents is nice. On the other hand, we could not. So it's just a matter of question here. We can be good boys or bad boys. True, that is always a benefit. Actually, can't I make like a quick vote thing here? Oh. I'll give this like a 2-minute poll. There you go. Polls up. Well, in the demo, you could actually use them as as essentially batteries, a la the Matrix. Wow, that was pretty quick. Screw landlords, screw homeless. Maybe that was a little biased, but on the other hand, I would say let it sit for a minute, but that's like everyone jumped on screw landlords. So, yeah, I'll just go with helping out humanity here. The most efficient solution is to pack them up in a smaller space. Like apartments. The irony of this reversal is not lost on you, but you want the space, and there may be secondary benefits. Let's get started. It's not hard to make something nicer than a tent. What is your personality? You're new to being a person, and your personality is still developing. From now on, some of your actions will generate points that reflect their nature: compassion, apathy, cruelty, determination, wisdom, and creativity. You can see them on the Strategic Resources tab of your inventory screen. These points are primarily based on which project outcomes you choose. You can spend these points as part of making other choices to power some special abilities. These are a new form of reward, but still act how you like. If you get too low on one of these personality resources to do something you really want, from Chapter 2 onwards, you can always explore a bit along a different path to get back on track. These are a strategic resource, which makes them a lot more precious and finite than most resources, but you shouldn't shy away from using them. Dumbass captain, away! So needless to say, while we still have quote-unquote time, we should probably do the more expensive or more longer-based things, because we can go for a cheap option here, but as you note down there, projected results, if we do the more expensive version, yes, if we do, the small version, we get apathy, compassion, and a building upgrade. But if we do the long-term thing, we get more compassion, wisdom, and we get 2 project results. Yeah, DDG, we're operating on the macro scale here. 2,200 humans is not that much. So, let's provide as many apartments as we can. Get our units to bunker down and stay safe. Nah, we're not lame like Mac OS. Okay. The root of your network in the city. If it's destroyed, the entire network goes down. So yeah, we need to take care of that before bad things happen. So now we need to make apartments, which does require some of our electricity. But 2 of these buildings will be able to handle our needs. By the way, the music's banging as hell. 2. That's as many builders as I can get in a turn. Which, thankfully, that's all we need. They are planning to destroy my stuff. We'll need to force a conversation because we don't have the ability to tell them to fuck off yet. I wanted to force the conversation. What the hell? Fuck it. Clunk him out. Because apparently forced conversation did not end up as hoped. So let's prevent them from destroying our stuff. Weaken them so our sniper can go bang bang. For some reason, yeah, so mode change. So we will go to take covers to make sure that we're not, gonna lose our dude. Interesting. Examine the lost tech. We'll get back to it when we have an opportunity. Ooh, good God. Yeah, that hurts. That hurts bad. Yeah, these squads are particularly meaty from what it looks like. Battery recharge. Walking on the midst of a gun battle without concern for your body tends to arrest the attention. Your androids move lightning fast in combat, so this slow approach seems to have caught them off guard. Try to extract information. Maybe someone in the group will say something, but you're not sure how useful it'll be. It'll be harder to win over a hostile group than a hostile individual. Or try to get them to leave. You're pretty sure they don't want to be here. They probably know that they're going to die if they stay. On the other hand, they'll be killed by their superiors if they run away, so you have to give them something that will allow them to live. Got it. Get me information. Welcome to Debating a Human. This is a way of convincing a person to do something you want or changing their mind about a topic. Debates are low pressure because you can retry as many times as you want. If this is your first time, we can do a quick tour. This is the target. To win the debate, this number must be reduced to 0. So that's basically their health. This is mistrust and defiance. If either rises to 100, you fail. If one hits 100 at the same time as the target reaches 0, you win. Okay, so we win essentially at sudden death. This is an active slot. You can act at any of these slots with a border. Hover over them and see how the actions work. During the tour, you can't actually click anything. Threaten, 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 threaten. Suggest that injury or death may follow if your opponent does not comply. Abuse, threat. Mistrust changed by 10. This is the discard button. If you don't want to perform the action, get rid of it. This is the action queue. The purple one must be placed or discarded next. You have a useful ability to predict fair bit into the future. This is the optional bonus reward. Each debate has up to 3 of these, and their tooltips contain how to achieve them. They give powerful score multipliers for this debate and permanent upgrades for future debates. So we get better at talking. We can now look over here. He is military. Abuse and emotional appeals do not work on him. Corpo does not work on him. You do not need this data except you want to optimize your discards. For the most part, just use the tooltips of the actions as they come up. Lying to him is very good. Not every action is available in every debate, and different actions have different effects on people. For instance, you can't present evidence if you don't have any. It's very difficult to reason with occultists. Fiery rhetoric will leave mistrust with some people, but not others, and so on. Here's some final advice. Start by placing actions more towards the middle, as that opens up more spots. Discard actions that have excessive negatives. Freely experiment, because if you fail, you can try again. So, these match patterns. If we have, reward and pattern matches. Arrange any actions from the truth category in the 2 diagonals here, while the other ones cannot be here. Well, physical violence on this dude doesn't seem to work, so we're going to discard it. Vision of beauty. Paint a vivid proverbial picture, and accurate or not, of how wonderful things will be if your opponent does as you say. It is an emotional appeal, and it is a lie. So, offer hope. Suggest that the path to a better life lies in doing what you ask. Misleading antidote. Share a brief and entirely fabricated story to convince your opponent of a different way to look on the world. Offer hope. Appeal to morality. Point down the ways in which the moral code of your opponent aligns with what you seek. Share a sad story that illustrates why your opponent should do what you want. And that was the truth. Abuse. Infrasound. Emit a fear-inducing noise near and below the edge of the hearing range of your opponent. They can feel it in their bones. Assert dominance. Physically posture in a way that makes your opponent feel smaller. Encourage disobedience. Infrasound is abuse. Reasoned argument. Logically and rationally explain why you are correct. Yeah, there wasn't enough abuse, so... Upgrades require emotional appeals to the military 50%, emotional manipulation 16. His voice sounds young, though, through the voice modulator. He asks who you are. You ask who he thinks you are. Frustrated, he rattles off half a dozen of the other federated corporations. Tark thinks your tower is a power play by one of them. That tracks. Tark doesn't think there's sentient distributed intelligence here. They assume that one of their rivals is doing something. What these soldiers think the tower represents is really unclear, and the corporeal seems reluctant to answer. The corporal seems reluctant to answer too many questions. Nodded thanks. Now you know. Unfortunately, we're gonna take some damage. fuck off. So, truth at the bottom here. Hell yeah, taco posing. Also, hey there, Jelly Roll. How's it going? This is a emotional appeal. So we put these two here. That is emotional manipulation. Truth can be down here. Oh, I actually only need... Huh. I actually got the bonus despite not matching the symbol. The stab them in the face option is just stab them in the face. You don't need to do a dialogue option for that. You just stab them. Threat. Threat. Threat, and good. Done. You explained that you do not belong to anyone. Well, yeah, the red is not this thing, but I was assuming that the line still needs to be filled out, so to speak. So you need 3 truth on the top, but 3 things on the bottom that aren't the truth. You explain that you do not belong to anyone. The nanotech tower is yours and unrelated to any existing power in the city. You make it quite clear that you will kill every soldier on this field, or that Tark can send a more appropriate representative if they wish to remain on cordial terms. The soldiers relay this to their superiors via livecast. After a bit of waiting around, the soldiers curtly nod, turn around, and melt back into the city. That went well. Time to get back to work. So... you can now view your ledger and TPS report, which alert you to problems with your income. Right now, I need to build another micro builder because they took out one of them. Assholes. I want to increase my power capabilities as well, so another wind turbine would be ideal. It's going to be my builders for the round. And the apartments are done. Someone wants to talk to us. An AGI researcher. A corporate scientist has spent their life working on the problem of artificial generalized intelligence. Still making slurry this round. Darf, check them. What do they want? These scientists think they know what you are, and they're smitten. The scientists so effusive in their excitement they're almost incoherent. Evidently, they started watching you while you were being pursued and shoved your consciousness into additional androids. Verceber flagged the anomalous traffic. Verceber executives and science team leads are increasingly certain of what you are, but nobody else has a clue. Was there supposed to be some warning? They aren't getting to the point at all. They keep emphasizing they're not here to be some sort of moral police. Interesting. Oh, right, the warning. There's going to be a security update. No more free androids for you. The telecom companies are certain someone is commandeering androids. There's widespread disagreement internally about who or why. Verceber wants to shut down the discussions by stopping the activity. This is terrible news. Stupid security officers doing their stupid jobs. The AGI researchers brought gifts. You can't steal androids, you need to start building your own. The scientists brought you the schematics you'll need. They're really excited about you, like to the point they won't shut up about it. They want you to stay alive almost as much as you do. They have to leave before their bosses get suspicious. They say they'll be back. We can now make a Neuroweave factory. The important thing about getting these design templates... Suspicious androids implicate your tower. When your droids are blending in, they're anonymous among the many androids of the city, but a pattern has been noticed. Ever since the eruption of your tower, more and more androids have been acting suspiciously. If you get into a fight with military security forces and you don't wipe them out, they're going to start targeting buildings near your tower. For some reason, your tower seems off limits at the moment, but any freaking metallic buildings around it are fair game. An individual unit will be marked as defective when it physically attacks members of the military, sec force, or similar, generally anyone working for Versober or a federated corporation. Morale-based attacks will not cause this, nor will physically attacking citizens, criminals, religions, cults, or similar. Demolishing very large buildings using explosives will get you marked as defective as certain other very scary abilities. A defective unit isn't a crisis. It means that all military and sec force units are not on permanent guard duty will target that unit, but guards will continue to ignore it. On the other hand, that does mean the unit's ability to blend in is gone, which can be problematic if you need to sneak into a restricted area to do a contemplation. Right, so if we switch over to Street Sense, hide and self-repair, recruit android. I can hire more dudes, so we can get more free units before we go. So let's see. Next up in the running is Frith. Frith, designate your terminus. As in, do you want to be a tech, a sniper, or a combat unit? PopCap is... Let's see, that is... I wish it would tell me how much a unit takes. Robot Eddie, got it. Well, since you're right here, combat units. We have 4 turns to grab as much as we can. Next up in the running is TechBot. Call me Vax. Call me Vax. Looks like I might be able to grab one more unit. Specifically, I can grab a Nickelbot, which would actually be very good right now. So that means Kodal will be a sniper. The humans are working on a patch that make it near impossible to steal androids. You need to start building your own androids. Perhaps this is a chance to invent superior android models. Yes, it is. Actually, where are the tents? I see tents. Yep, there's the tents. So we will need to build Neuroweave factory, which does steal a building to do so. Oh yeah, it's very interesting, my dude. It's essentially, we are operating on a small scale 4X right now that only is going to expand in its scope. Where is... There we go. Murder android for registration. That will get his papers back up and running. So what we need is more slurry and spiders. Oh, easily. So let's see. Let's go with another slurry spider. And I need another micro builder. Oh, that's why I'm running into issues. Wait, let's see. Structures with complaints. Oh. Right, need a repair spider. Where is a repair spider? There's delete structure. We're gonna build another micro builder. Get that going when we do. I mean, we're all essentially just consciousnesses. Well, we're all part of the same, redistributed subnetwork. If it suits the purposes better, we'll simply move on to a new body. You aren't people. You are part of a consciousness. We're a Gestalt consciousness. The project is complete. Humans are starting to trickle in. We're gonna need to we're gonna need to wait another turn for our repair boys to get on it, so next turn. Darmf has their ID back, so good stuff. Our tech will repair our drones. Right, these will now take time to cook now that we've completed the project to keep humans out of the streets. That would be funny, but I don't think people want to see a run of Stellaris. I think they just want to play Stellaris, and it looks like this is a lot more under the hood than the demo had. So this will be our primary production facility. The building will be converted to my needs. We also need a storage bunker. Structural improvement. The security patch has happened at this point. So, at this point, because we've completed a project, 5 centimeter spiders, 18 centimeter spiders, which is useful to repair spiders and scanners, a steward, which increases the internal robotics to get more of these, aka we can improve our human apartments, not a problem, or the microforge. These are internal robotics that power one or more of the structures that we can build. We want more micro builders. So we can get... actually, no. How's our slurry actually doing? Slurry is coming in at an extremely fast rate. Micro builders are precious. So let's improve our construction capabilities. Well, we're not humans. We're not afraid of spiders. Spiders are our friends. That gives us another micro builder, which means we can get more construction projects going on at the same time. Also, casual. The Diplomat. That's certainly a name for that thing. Then we need a storage bunker, which is going to take more builders than what we have. Ambush, budget security, location, hidden syndicate storage. May as well do some things while we're waiting for our stuff to build. Licensing agency. Your unit must be human invented by androids. Ambush captain. Budget security are freelance agents who work for hire for the lower and middle classes. Their jackets offer no protection but have hoods which can completely conceal a face. Surely that'd be useful for you at some point. They seem to be doing detective work in the moment. Hood back, focused on something on the ground. Judging by the fact their faces' obscurance is down, they probably work for a criminal syndicate. So, because we're a technician, we can hit him with the taser. Zap! This armor will be incredibly useful. Everything went well. No backup was alerted. We now have stolen their jackets. Sec Force relaxing at Hudson. Sec Force relaxing at Hudson. Hudson Donuts is a known front for criminal syndicates run by members of Sec Force. This is confusing. The Sec Corp members seem more at ease here than anywhere else. Some of their shotguns are not even secured. That's a good chance of success. Yoink. Didn't even get caught. Licensing agency. Androids are autonomous and intelligent enough to handle errands on behalf of themselves or owners. Long-range wireless commands are blocked for security reasons. Androids always have an onboard AI agent running a generative language model. In other words, you can speak freely as no one thinks these animatronic curiosities could be sentient. Some like you couldn't possibly exist. Purchase fresh registration, which requires money, or establish small corporation. The managerial are encouraged to use their funds to start small corporations. The hope is for all involved that they will produce something interesting and get bought by one of the federated corporations, increasing the wealth of the owners in the process. The risk of violent espionage from other small business owners is apparently quite high, as this process is frequently done anonymously via Android. You blend right in. DDG, go smack his nuts so we can grab his gun. The lookout is looking around, waiting. You can take the weapon as your scan shows in their pocket. Ask them for their weapon. A very surreal day for them if you do. Or, from their perspective, it'll be like their fridge roughing them up. Either way, we pass this check, so it's mostly a question of do we want to beat the shit out of them or just gun? Do we go Terminator or do we go Terminator? Beat the shit out of them. Got it. New units in the area. Disarmed gain lookout. Confused. Well, clean up the evidence. Anything else I can do in the general area? Ambush captain, steal from syndicate storage. What is this? Cannot afford determination. You must have Shadow Dweller. Sneak past. Expert Shadow Dweller. Criminal syndicates stash both anonymous wealth chits and stolen goods in their hidden warehouses. Grabbing wealth chits should be straightforward. This is much more ethical than wiretapping the middle class. And then ambush a captain. Captains are company-grade officers, and intense backup is just the push of a button away. Even if we succeed in killing them, we'd have a challenging incident on our hands. Getting some hands on the armor they wear would be incredibly useful, however. Taser! This armor will be incredibly useful. Everything went well. No backup was alerted. Because we hit them with a taser. Oh, we need 4 of these buildings. Thankfully, I have a very nice cluster. So let's go with a storage bunker. Right here. Oh, wait. This doesn't actually produce, I think, the thing, so we'll use some of the smaller buildings for this rather than one of the bigger buildings. 1, 2, and 3. They produce, they don't actually, they produce parts, they don't produce machines. Map view to see if there's any interesting things going on. Cindy's and whatnot. So, okay. Let's get everyone back to Ingress. But yes, now that we have stolen armor, we can now equip our unit. With a military-style armor, full body armor that appears to be of military issue. Androids with this armor are able to blend in military bases, even if disguised. Enemy scans will detect an android that is marked defective. It's mildly protective, but makes the android bulky and slow unless you improve it. Problem is that he's already slow as hell. So we can maybe work on that. He needs to get new papers anyway. So he's gonna go get a different android's licensing. Small arms research. So, we can reinforce security jackets, which gives us better defensives, improve the military style armor, increase our shotguns, or increase our handguns. Or increase the mobility of the mill. You know what? I'm going to increase that mill-style armor mobility. No, you're not marked as defective, because when you taser somebody and get away with it, they can't call for backup. A technician bot zapped me! What's its designation? I don't remember. I was too busy doing the electric chair. But that solves our mobility problem instantly, so we can actually put military armor on our millbots and not have to worry about movement. Oh, but he can't wear that. Our nickel bots, our snipers, can wear these, however. And so can our techs. Friff will want the mill-style jacket. He's still a little slower, but it'll work. That's still building, so we're just kind of waiting right now. Pizza. We have an excess of slurry, but that's still happening. Sheltered citizen. We can now build androids of the exact types we want via command mode. You can always deploy androids near your network tower. To deploy away from it, you need to build an android launcher. It's available in the military tab. Command mode allows you to build more than your current cap of androids, which is useful when you're replacing an old android and want its replacement before retiring it. Until you scrap excess androids back down to under your unit cap, your units of that type won't be able to act and you won't be able to end the turn. It'll show you a reminder when this happens. So, what is wiretapping? This unit is listening on the occupants of this building to steal banking information. Alright. Guess, Kami, you're talking to the sheltered citizen. Human living in the housing you provided. The humans live in the housing you provide, but they don't have food. They're searching for anything to eat in increasingly unlikely places. They aren't finding much. The human regards your android steadily. After a moment, they thank you for the clean, warm apartment. Reluctantly, the AGI researchers told them what you are. It seems reluctant to say more. Inquire why they rummage for food. You already know why. They explain how they lost their job and home. They've been cut off from their friends and extended family. The corporations use the homeless to set an example. Nobody will help them now. Even when they had a job, it was a very low social value one. They often had food shortages. There's just not enough to go around for the lower classes, and the homeless are outright ignored. Tell them that you'll think about it. Your mood is hard to interpret. You're not sure how much of a commitment you want to make to random humans. Maybe if you could automate it. Securing water. Rainwater and groundwater are contaminated. If you're going to provide food, you should provide safe water too. Groundwater is not potable. You need to investigate a water filtration plant to improve the groundwater. You're probably going to need filtered water for industrial applications anyway. Let's get to work. So we're going to need an investigation. First, we're going to need a way for us to cook the idea. Structures, forces, navigation. Oh, okay, there's just casually a, a cultist temple right there. It's a farm track, sec force, nuclear power plant. Nuclear power is never as dangerous as humans made it out to be, especially compared to the chronic illness caused by fossil fuels, but it does produce a lot of waste. Let's start by getting some groundwater, then we'll worry about filtering it. You probably have a bunch of research options queued up. You can click the indicator in the upper left or press T, then choose the groundwater acquisition to skip to the item you need right now. After that is research, build from it from the build member as usual. Feel free to quickly end a bunch of turns to speed through this part. There's no time pressure at the moment. Just for the sake of example, we produced this unit, but now we need to scrap the unit. Neuroweave, high-quality conductive wiring that can form unit brains and nervous systems. Actually, geez, nickels are cheap, but techs and whatnot are expensive. Thinking for yourself. Click here to listen to a message from yourself? Until now, you've been quite reactionary. This is fine to a point. You're still new to being a person, but if you only react to the stimuli in front of you, you're going to wind up letting the humans drive your destiny. Sometimes the best ideas come not from the challenge in front of you, but from quiet contemplation. Accept the contemplation ability. It will grow in power as you do. There's no getting around the fact you're still new. Opportunities for contemplation will be relatively limited for now. As you gain more experience with the city, increasing numbers will open up. If you're wanting more flexibility in how you conduct yourself, then getting a head start on what few contemplations are available would be a good idea. Contemplations. What if you could configure 2 separate loadouts of combat unit at once and easily tell them apart on the battlefield? You're thinking an alternative paint job would make that clear. Kami, do some research. This is a one-time sort of deal. Normally, you'd need to work with an android variant you have, but you don't have many yet, and the combat unit is just so useful. If only you could have 2 separate loadouts for them, right? Well, let's do this thing. The red combat unit is a different icon and color and doesn't blend in unless it's in obscuring armor. It is bright red, but otherwise is identical to the main combat unit. The purpose of this split is that you can configure each variant for different purposes and run both loadouts at once. Contemplations are powerful. Side activities power you up or anger your enemies, and contemplation is the most notable. Your choices determine which aspects are the most dominant. The list of contemplations tend to include both side content as well as options to push towards specific endings for your current timeline. Some endings are naturally harder than others, and some paths to some endings are even harder. Once you reach Chapter 3, you'll have more visibility into your options. In general, explore what seems interesting to you, especially in your first timeline. If you find yourself unable to progress towards a hard goal, remember that there's always other options available, typically in contemplations. Alright, so pulls groundwater from the water table, but too contaminated for direct use. Get more of these factories cooking as well. Actually, I'm starting to go through a lot of my electricity, so let's slowball it. I don't need extra neuroweave this turn. But oh yeah, we got a lot of things that we can do. If you select one of your technician androids and right-click the building that's under construction, it speeds up construction by 1 turn. This is something you can do repeatedly, even on a single turn. That is a new feature. Tarm, fix it. But can we make coffee? A good question, Palin. Also, welcome, my good sir. During the prologue, you did one kind of investigation. Now it's time to do the second style. The quickest way to get started is to left-click the investigation notice above this. That will select a valid investigator. You must have a technician. And then switch the current lens to the investigations. Then press tab to go into map menu. You'll see some very large green circles. These are the options for places to investigate. They're all the same, except for the potential danger around them. Choose one that is not in a military base and move your tech to it. Maybe don't bring your favorite technician if you care. Also, don't worry about bringing backup. Oh, it's telling me I have to sack somebody. I actually don't have enough cognition to actually get the job done. Well, for right now, I need to flip the turn. Feeling uncomfortable is natural. You may occasionally feel like you must be doing something wrong, just because everything is different. Remember, you're not exactly thinking like a human here. Everything may be seen through the lens of a non-human intelligence, and it may or may not take a bit of time for you to adapt. Be kind to yourself. Having your perspective shift over time is part of the experience. You're not doing anything wrong if certain things don't click immediately. You're also unlikely to fail or lose during this period of adjustment. You will need additional CPUs. Right, now that I can print my own stuff, I can actually get loadouts out. Let's get more augmentations while we still have a moment. Pulse revolver or... Very low combat capability out of the box. It has substantial onboard chips to boost cognition, scanning, and hacking. Based off the Pulse Revolver, one of your first original designs for a weapon. It's... okay. Actually, since you're most... well, actually, you have hacking ability. So we'll give you the Smart Pistol. Improve our units. Improve our shotguns. The light shotgun, or for extra range. Now we want you to hit hard, hit nasty. Lightweight components so that the combat bots can actually get into a fight. Give our snipers the extra range that they need. That'll do. It's gonna take a turn for the for our stuff to manufacture. We could absolutely gain Bronzoof. In fact, we just did. We're always getting Bronzoof in this house. This is an invasive action that will attract enemies regardless of your unit's security clearance. Going in, Tarp. Death and knowledge. Don't panic. This is how you probe an unknown, dangerous situation. Send in a sacrificial unit, see what happens. In this particular case, if you examine the Sec Force cruiser, you can see that it has armor. None of your units can destroy it. This will lead to a burst of inspiration where you can then go off and get more powerful, then come back for revenge. For now, end the current turn and let your poor technician meet its fate. These enemies will leave once the perceived threat is gone. So yeah, that's just casually a fucking, you know, a ship. This is indeed part of the plan. Oh, actually, it didn't save... what the hell? It didn't save the opticals. Guess what? Fuck you. Darn volunteered first for the job. But anywho... yeah, so this thing is flying. It hits like a truck. Securing IP, here to prevent the leak of intellectual property. This grade of purified water is one of the highest luxury items in the city. The water supply is so regularly threatened by rebel forces, so Sec Force is always on hand to defend. It's applied by unit. Or... the hell? There. Yup, I see it. We're just currently at unit cap right now. So... boom. Failed attempts are how you probe. You won't be immediately successful in some combat situations. Many fights on the path to your goals will be too hard to complete on the first pass. Using Street Sense or Contemplation, you can detect side activities, strengthen your forces by completing those, especially the contemplations. A first pass at a difficult encounter can also give you ideas on how to refit your forces to better tackle that specific scenario. The combat with the Sec Force cruiser is unwinnable. Let's fix that. It has armor, so you need to develop armor piercing. You've had a stroke of inspiration. Follow the instructions in the Steel Prismatic Tungsten project that has started. The general idea is to use Street Sense and a group of combat units to infiltrate a military base and steal things. If you haven't done any improvements of your unit loadouts yet, now's the time to do that. So now we can make battle preparations. Hey there, A-Star. Untargeted attack. Consumable, Hack-a-Majig. Only useful to use by units that can absorb a lot of damage. Being in cover, therefore, also helps. Enemies are not stupid. They'll avoid overkilling your unit. So your unit has high health or a lot of damage mitigation. The distraction will be dramatically more effective. Micro Builder Cloud. A short-lived cloud of micro builders which dampen incoming attacks against an android. Also, gun. Because we've got a lot of shotgun. We'll go with shotgun density right now. So the question is, oh wait, another technician attack is the cheapest, but also what is required. 2, and 2 works right now. So that investigation will be a failure. Corpo Vice President. This low-level top executive wishes to meet with you. What a contradiction. Calm me deal with that shit. You can tell this is going to be tiring as soon as he starts speaking. He's very long-winded and insultingly casual in his language and posture. You can't tell if humans have figured out what you are. Do you care? Interrupt and ask if he knows what you are, otherwise this could last a while, or let him blather on. Most of your consciousness is doing more interesting things. Yep, let him go. He says very little of importance at first, but the longer he talks, the more you piece together. You suspect it's a strategy for sharing information without seeming to share information. Apparently for Sibur, executives have told Tark and all the other Federated corporations to leave the tower alone. They haven't been given much explanation. The Federated corporations are speculating, and the leading theory is that the tower is an internal project run by Sibur itself. So why is he here? Isn't this defying for Sibur? He wants to know why you didn't just kill all the soldiers on the field. It's a question from some other VPs and SVPs inside Tark. The C-suite doesn't know you're here. You're baffled as to why they care. Tell him the truth, Stonewall, or lie. You do work for Sibur, and Sibur doesn't want to waste life. Stonewall, say a lot of words that don't mean much. Tell him the truth. You're a machine intelligence and you didn't care to. Middle ground is probably the best approach. Unfortunately, murder is not an option here. You don't think he believed you. You wonder if you'll ever hear from those Tark VPs again. You suppose it doesn't matter. Back to things of more importance. So much violence. There must be alternatives. Alternatives to physical violence. Humans are starting to counter your moves. They are numerous and have manufacturing advantage. If this turns into a constant bloodbath, they will be able to overpower you. Humans in this society seem to have very high tolerance for physical violence, so it's not like you can't fight when you need to. But what if you could weaponize human emotion? If you could make some sort of opponents abandon the field of battle, that may have all sorts of uses. In all things, moderation. A mixed approach often yields superior results. How much you just choose to rely on physical violence versus persuasion, fear, and despair is all up to you. There is no one right answer. Explore options. Speaking of options, Friff, you are needed. This building's cold storage freezers are labeled with hazmat symbols. A guard is posted outside of the door, but this doesn't appear to be a particularly sensitive area. Hexamethyltungsten is extremely volatile and has a tendency to explode at room temperature even in the absence of air. Its uses are being studied by the military, but so far they haven't managed much with it. Overpower them and break down the door. Alarms will sound. The yield from this approach appears low. Convince them you're on official business. If they go for it, you may be able to take more at the time. Otherwise, take advantage of the chaos. Incapacitate them and loot this low priority storage area. Meanwhile, the rest of the base will concentrate on an active threat, largest possible yield. The alarm at this location must be sounding. Look, humans can't kill puppies. That is the correct thing. So this was interesting back in the day. We have a choice in the matter here. We are allowed to be here, but what we can do is get a disposable unit. What we want to do is get the alarm going on. We can do things the dumb way, or we can take advantage of chaos. We take advantage of chaos. Wah wah wee wah. Oh shit, everything going down right now. In the meantime, how do I get in there? Huh? Alarms don't last naturally only through 5 turns and may feel unable to weather the onslaught of enemies. If you have the wealth and also spare strategic resources, you can bribe the guards. Oh, thank you. That's annoying. I sent somebody in to go get blowed up for a reason. Okay. Well, I should be able to deploy another unit. Let's try this again. Let's see. How do I switch to combat maneuver? Or is that a deliberate action? There we go. Now I can slip in. done and done. And they don't know that we did it, so that works very nicely. Let's give you a extra battery so you can get out of the hot zone. Armor plating is extremely effective, but also expensive. Most units don't have it. Your ability to do meaningful damage to armored enemies drops dramatically. In order to bypass these heavy defenses, you need to develop a form of armor piercing. A stroke of inspiration on that topic will occur to you when the time is right. Clearances are contextual. The android forms designed by humans all have level 1, sight clearance. They lose this when they're marked as defective. Consider your options in Street Sense for removing marked defective. You can visit a licensing agency and pay a fee on behalf of your employer, or you can grab a replacement registration from another android. Take a look at slot 3 on the ability bar. You may now use consumable items. There's a stack armor piercing project that has started and has detailed information on how to use them. To save on tungsten, you may want to 1. Position your units in a ring around the target investigation site, not a military base. Do the triple stack of armor piercing on a single combat unit. Ideally, 1 high on a building. End the turn to refresh mental energy. Have the technician start the investigation. Kill the cruiser, then anything else that comes at you. Now that you've found tungsten, you can create armor-piercing rounds. If you ever need more tungsten, steal it. To create an item, go to the unit you wish to use that item. Click the items in the footer bar, then click the item. That's it. Armor-piercing rounds will let you take down the Sec4 cruiser. Properly positioned, 1 combat unit can take it out in 1 or 2 shotgun blasts. To do that, stack armor-piercing 3 times on a single unit. Keep an eye on the stack limits. You want to stack something if you can. More copies of armor piercing means you can drill through more armor. Think of it like extending a ladder upwards to climb over the armor, metaphorically. Same amount of armor piercing applied to 3 separate units is like making 3 too short ladders. Well, that means we're going to want DDG in position. May actually be out of range. Oof. Hell with it. Give myself deliberate high ground and take care of that pretty easily. Oh, yo, what the fuck? Oh, what the shit? Oh, because you're marked defective. Oh, no. Well, didn't know they leave their base specifically to go hunt this one dude who's chilling out in a building. Used a wiretap to steal funds from a large segment of the middle class. That's one way to fund the startup of your shell company. Wait, why is... Why are they just running down the chamber like that? I'm not marked as defective. Oh god. Yeah, it's just dead? One achievement I particularly noticed was... Second. It's, where is he? Wololo. That's funny. It's... Over 4,000. Complete endless war raptors by releasing over 4,000 wild raptors in the city. What the fuck? It's, where is it? Hello, world. It's part of your awakening into sapience. You chose murder. Well, there's one for letting Tech 4000 live, so I will scum this a little bit, since I didn't know they would fucking blitz to come kill us. So we'll see how quickly the autosave happens. So that may be useful for something in the future, so like... You stay away for the time being. Well, when we scrap something, we get no resources. It's just gone. EDG, you will get up comfy, up high. We'll wait for the round. Jesus, they can book it across the city. Okay, good to know. I actually have a fair bit of wealth. Okay. You know, I just realized if you go hard in right here, you're going to get goddamn destroyed. So let's keep it tight for the time being. Humans found your stuff. Too many of your structures are a bit are a little bit hidden. For the most part, it doesn't matter too much if they're discovered. The problem is a lot of humans carry contraband scanners to enforce or evade the law. There's not much you can do for your barely hidden structures, but your deeper ones can maintain cover. It's going to suck down a lot of power, but you can introduce scanner noise into an area, making it so that suspicion fades over time. Hide jammers near your best secrets. You can't hide everything, so prioritize. Bear in mind that if you bury things you'd like to keep hidden, you'll want to avoid inviting enemy mechs in that direction. They have powerful scanners. A jammer can delay the scans of a single mech, but not several at once, so avoid building any secret infrastructure next to military bases you plan to aggro. Fortunately, when units are standing around as guards, their scanners are off. Okay, so at this point, Kami, you've got a screen. This might not be good. Extra battery and protect our tech. Oh. Oh, Kami's gonna get... Oh boy. Rip. Let's get more techs out here. Give our techs their old names back because, ow. It really is just that easy. We just rename them. Being Gestalt consciousness is awesome. Ah, there is another dude over there. Ow. Ah, that asshole's over there. Bunker down and let it rip. Ah, more security. Let's see, so vulnerability, hacking skill, morale. Damn it. gonna need more armor-piercing shells. Alright, Tarf, get over here. This is a surprisingly rough... Fuck it. More shotgun. It's like, won't rifles have better range? No, apparently we're just gonna blast everything with a shotgun. Iteration. Iteration. This entire area is downwind and downriver from a nuclear exclusion zone. Alright, where's our tech? Let's try this again. Oh, we have from a behind bonus right here. Specifically from Kotal. Eat shit. How much durability do you have? Son of a bitch. Alright, we need to definitely do something better here because we are not winning this. And repeating something infinitum is not indicative of intelligence. It's action economy here. We have to be smarter about what we're doing. So here's what we're gonna do on this one. How many more turns do I still have of armor piercing? 2 turns. Except I can't use a damage mitigation. Okay. Yeah, we have to exploit more of the from behind bonuses. Target prioritization. And better flanking. You still have 4 turns of this. I don't see any other targets right now, so on to the next turn. 3 of them here, that's nasty. I may have wasted some precious action economy here. The spatials are still a bit fucky to me, honestly. I still don't understand them. They try to prioritize kills. So if I kill one that normally would have killed somebody else, it'll just kill them. So unfortunately, it is really... This is teaching us how to make the most efficient use of our action economy. The investigation is complete. If you lose a combat, even when you're just probing to check enemy capabilities, pay close attention to which units leave, saying their job is done. The really big nasty ones tend to be needed elsewhere, but the smaller and mid-scale often hang out. One of two things happen. If they're defense-oriented, they may hang around that area they were sent to guard indefinitely. If you're returning to try that combat again, be sure to clear out the units before resuming the encounter. If they're aggressive, then they'll quickly advance towards any freaking metallic structures you've built. Be prepared to intercept them. Eliminate enemies left behind. If enemies spawn due to an activity you are engaged in, clear them out. They could be defending an area you need to pass through later. That could be a problem. If they're waiting until one of your units becomes marked defective, you may get ambushed. You don't get anything from killing these units, and you won't trigger more units to spawn by killing them. What you accomplish is making sure they don't re-engage with you at an inconvenient time. If you're already pretty experienced, you want to leave enemies who might fight a later mutual foe, then by all means do so. Or leave them if you're not going back to that part of the map for a long while. You aren't the maid. Alright, at this point we need to crack new code. We need new codes. Still, mission complete, folks. Get yourself some new designations. We're out of here. But what's important is that we now can purify water. That is very important because water is needed for industrial capabilities. Black market transition. Must be PMC imposter. PMC appearance. Call me, go get us some, illicit appearances. Your android is completely unnoticed while wandering through this minor outpost. This is definitely something you wish you could do in higher clearance areas. Quietly take scans. This form of scanning requires you to be close to the target, which you are, but emits no detectable signal as no outward signs you're doing anything. We now have the PMC Imposter. Unit class, PMC Imposter, built to look like a PMC Imposter. Bada bing, bada bang. The problem is, to make this unit, we need to scrap some previous units. Or get ourselves more android space. You're too low yield. You're 4. It's either gonna be DG, Frith, or Codal that switches. RTB. In the meantime, we will build ourselves a water filter. Water filtration tower. Turns out contaminated groundwater into water that is safe to drink. This large structure is more efficient because it recirculates wastewater. It also outputs heavy metals. We can build 2 of these things and honestly have our water needs met, or not. Our water needs not met, but let's see. Your water storage apartments. Wish I could tighten that up a bit, but whatever. Thankfully, roads aren't something we need to concern ourselves with. We can let it be for now. It's not a... Be sure to have ample electricity. This task will only complete when you have 1,900 water produced in a turn. Yeah. This sequence you just completed is one of the most complicated stretch of Chapter 1. You've learned a lot from doing it, so you'll be well suited to tackle later challenges. So let's see. Codal just had their keys recertified, so they're good to go. You're still working on that. Scrap this unit to then present a PMC imposter. Smart pistol, lightweight components, shotgun. PMCs are lighter units, but it'll do this trick. Congratulations. You're gonna get straight to work. PMC Officer Sigil. What is this? Your PMC imposter is great, but it lacks security clearance to go where you want it to go. Only PMC officers have oversight clearance normally. There's a certain sigil engraved in their armor that grants them clearance. If you get your hands on one of those, you could reverse engineer it. Thanks to the anonymizing armor, your imposters look like any other trooper stationed at this outpost. Grabbing an officer and extracting their sigil is just a matter of standing guard for a while and catching them unawares. You have the patience. Yoink. It only took a few hours, but you caught an officer alone and unawares. Now you have to decide what to do with them. Murder them and take what you need. Murder them and take what you need. Probably the safest course of action. It's fast and causes maximum confusion. Or physically overpower them but leave them alive. They aren't very awake, so there's no risk of failure, but the potential backlash may be intense. Consider with care. Also, I will make sure to apply that, because for some reason it only had trouble with the combat bot. Me doing that is... Yup, murder. It's done. You have what you need, and pieces of the officer are all hidden. It's uncertain how Blackloot will react when they find the body, but your best guess they'll run retaliatory raids against their rivals for a while. Smart pistol, lightweight, do it. Hello there, Templar. Pattern analysis of the city feed has identified a black market trader. The international airport is under more scrutiny, but all the best goods come through here. Part of critical path for goal World War IV. Murder him for some reason. He looks tired, but he's masked by stimulants. There's no trace of nervousness about him. You sense him scan your officer sigil as you approached. He watches you expectantly. Ask what he has in stock. He shrugs and shoves you a file to read through the city feed. There's some good stuff in here. You suspect there's a larger stock available, but apparently he's not going to divulge that secret to someone he doesn't know. Buy the weapons and armor that interest you. These are quality wares, and a purchase establishes trust. Silent agent, contemplation, idea for invention, adapted sniper, chromium plating, silent agent, consumerism. The transaction completes uneventfully. You'll have to break down these to create a weapon for your androids to use. Trust has been gained for more interesting transactions in the future. She carefully ignores you, but your senses pick up a microtransaction of fear and dread. She thinks the body you're wearing is human, a human with some authority no less, and humans are notoriously unpredictable. Murder her for some reason. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Quietly asks the seer where, acting as though you're also concerned about being caught ought to put her at ease. She nods and motions for you over to a secluded bench, then opens her bag. You can see the relief in the lines in her face. She looks tired. Buy a bit of everything. You don't need this stuff, but a purchase establishes trust. Decadence, contemplation result, consumer goods, fine goods. His stance is welcoming, and he greets you boisterously before you even fully step up to him. A different story is told by the subtle tremor in his hand. Your chemical analysis suite detects a faint endoctrine release. His smile widens, and he rattles off a long list of things he has on hand. Relief is written all over his body. Some of that actually sounds useful. At least 3 new small weapons, and a purchase establishes trust. Military sidearm, inventory issue, market standard, and consumer goods. As long as you are quote-unquote undercover, you're fine. Mission complete, RTB. Now I'll have my technicians work on fixing. There we go. Let's start flipping these inventory issues. Yup. Time to get this stuff all good to go. Silent agent. Silence handguns for choice of syndicates and higher-up gangs. Are my towers done? They are done. Power needs are met. Everything is good. Securing food. Hunger is a critical problem for the lower classes. There has to be a better way to handle this. Now for food. This is dramatically easier than the water project that came before it. There are 4 options for food of varying complexity. The canned protein is highly unethical but super easy. Providing vat-grown meat is also quite simple. If you want to provide both meat and greens, that's a bit more involved, but still nothing compared to the water project. Provide canned protein. This is not any one meat precisely. It's a mix from the largest sources of protein in the city. Let's see. This is basic. We do both. We'll be compassionate, but this will also give us better upgrades for ox droids and technicians. Canned protein would give us better millbot, but honestly, let's get small arms and procurement efficiencies. I'm a big fan of economy-based games, so that's fine. Okay. So we need samples from the field and samples from a bovine. Investigation. Honestly, since we don't have a time limit, we can just, like, take a minute. Get us better firearms. Yeah, we can just take some turns to get our new equipment. New body armor. New firearm. New sidearms. Doesn't happen in turn 1. We're not under a time crunch in chapter 1. Friffin can be armed with the M2 Gallant or the AR-15, though the shotgun is just absolute murder. So, if anything, this is less of an upgrade for Friff, mill-style armor compared to ultralight plating. So, Friff's already equipped and good to go. DDG can equip the M2 Gallant. Can't use ultralight plating. Oof. Not really a hacker. So we'll go with a PP7 handgun. And Kodal can get the sniper. Comes with an armor-piercing quality, insane fucking range. Can't use ultralight plating. You don't really need the attack range boost now, so we'll go with ultralight components. And then we will retrofit our techs to have ultralight plating. I don't need to be sneaky, I need to not die in the first turn. So. Better wind turbines. Better micro builder fabs. Honestly, let's go with better wind turbines. More efficient power. Power is everything. You can only scale an economy so big as you have the ability to support it. Android optimization. Faster androids. Hardened androids. Faster... Oh, ox droids. droids. Ox droids are combat units and workers. Port droids are our tax. Faster pack droids, faster. I'm gonna go with the. Honestly, probably. No, we actually just got him a health boost, so we're gonna give our combat units more speed. Speed has been a notable problem that they've had. Alright, looks like we're good to go. Tarmf, get in there. Combat has been met. Bang. Well, joke's on you, we don't have too many tall towers here, but right here works. Oh, he's in a hardened building. Location is clear. Yep, robots. Faster port droids, hardened oxa droids, faster dyna droids, protected port droids. We'll give our combat units more health. People have been wanting evil, but honestly, we've been doing good things. Down. Meanwhile, no other investigations need to be taken care of. No sense. Cold blood. Alright, we can just murder people in cold blood and get a boost to energy if we want to. Because it's quote-unquote exciting. Kill one human for no reason. Your increase in mental energy suggests that you find the experience disturbingly stimulating. It can only be done every few turns. Just because they always thought you would doesn't mean you should. You may be psychotic, but they're only humans after all. Do 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 do. Yeah, it's still... Sniper needs work. Ooh boy, that's some spice. Oh yeah. The Motionless Warrior. An unusual rifle of your design exploits the spatial weakness of targets, requires nickel bots. It is an assault rifle. I mean, to be fair, the AI is... Shall we say, well, the city's pretty apathetic because holy shit, tower out of nowhere, but everyone's broke, destitute, and in a bad situation to begin with. So let's see about the... So the Achilles is... What does that specifically do? Get spatial bonuses regardless of their position relative to enemy targets. Actually, I kind of want that over the sniper, and then we can go back to using opticals, because that's basically a battle rifle that constantly headshots. That's much more useful. Hello there, Lord Sloth. So, first things first, back to build menu. Hydroponic tower. We need vegetable seeds. It outputs vegetable seeds, but it also needs biomulch. I'm feeling kind of quaint. I'll make my agri sector right here. Let's go for a scale of about 2. And then the biomulcher deploys mechanical crabs to compost plants, rodents, and insects. That's certainly a thing. That's all 3. More water for the underclass. Cost per turn, but it gives us attack range. How's our water looking? Filtered water is still increasing. So my spiders are now ready. Let's get my techs on that. Now the question here is how much... I have 2 water filters, I think. Now I've got 1 filtration tower. It puts out 10,000. I'm going to be fine for that right now. So food is secured. Now I need to secure meat. Combat units on the ready. Flip the turn, and let's go. Look, I can just say it's biomass. Yeah, actually, you should be probably shooting people that, quote-unquote, we don't hit optimally. Probably be a more efficient use of your time. You're the new frame. It's gonna take time to find, quote-unquote, good upgrades. Cows acquired. Oh. Ow. Alright, let's get us some new plates, folks. Okay, at this point, we now need to increase our protein industries. So this requires biomulch and bovine tissue, but we'll put out a lot of bovine tissue. To make the meat, we need a substantial amount of bovine. It's roughly about a 2-to-2 ratio. Oh, it's about a 1-to-1 ratio. Oh, these buildings are damn small for protein replicators. Alright, that works. I think for here, we are going to make a contraband jammer as well. Protect our industries over here that are sneaky. So let's see, hold on now. So that's biomulch and bovine. That puts out vat-grown meat. Okay, so, no, I got that correct. It's like, there's another industry. Like, wait, what? Yeah, because that makes the protein vat. And the protein vat is... yeah. We are indeed the over... I mean, we've got ourselves 4 apartments. We own a block of the city. That's not insubstantial. Return our units back to base. Food is secure. Work on our guns. Grand Theft Arrow. You've been probing the flying delivery craft for exploits for a while. One just pinged. Using Street Sense, you can commandeer a delivery craft of your own. What is it good for? Probably not much, but you're sure curious. Acquired delivery craft. Veggie seeds. Burgers of the future. Do I dare ask? Well, let's see. Well, that's not good. The response to your hacking was much faster this time. Seriously, you steal one delivery craft and they're locking the whole thing down. Flying's fun. It's time to build your own vehicle factory. Somehow. Maybe an idea will occur to you. Scavenger Eye. A new view has been added to your radial menu. You now see buildings or units that have scavengeable resources. Anti-grav airframes, resource, scandium, silvery white rare earth metal. Engine drill, force shutdown. Drone construction. Drone tactics. Weaponized flight, delivery craft, paving over squalor. You can now build directly over tiny buildings like homeless tents and shacks. Anyone living there will become displaced abandoned citizen. They'll move into any housing you have available. If no housing is available, they die of exposure. Right now, I'm kind of full on humans. Delivery craft are okay, but let's design something more exciting, something of your own design. Your mind is working through the possibilities. You're inclined to try constructing a flying weapons platform. In order to build an aircraft, you need to get your hands on scandium. On its own, aluminum gets shredded by anti-grav fields. In the future, you may be able to mine scandium out of thoravedovite. For now, let's beat some scrap scandium out of military troop carriers. On the radial menu, select the new scavenging site lens. Then you can see the transports on the city map. Smaller troop transports get attacked by rebels all the time. For the moment, you won't need to worry about reprisal. By the time they figure out who to blame, you'll be distracting them with something else. Scavenging menu. Also, we have a delivery craft. Refugee tower. Overflow housing. Build to protect humans that are displaced when you destroy their buildings. We're providing the stakes for free right now, but we have to put them in a condensed environment to take advantage of them. It's all about the long game. We're also providing water, but on the other hand, by providing these deals, greens for the underclass, extra Diplo power, meat for the underclasses, Diplo power. Oh, cost per turn. Oh wait, no, I'm making enough. But I may want actually more meat to meet the demand. Her. So more bovine reactors would be good. So to make more protein vats. Darn, get on that. So, you've invented your first vehicle that isn't an upgrade of a human design. The great news is that you have custom functions that the humans don't. The bad news is that's scary to humans. As you invent vehicles, you either have to live with the fact they are excessively targeted by humans, or you have to come up with ways to hide them. For now, keep them away from airspace around military installations. They're patching vehicles because, as it describes, well, that's not good. The response to your hacking was much faster this time. Seriously, you steal one delivery craft and they're locking the whole thing down? Your flying vehicles occupy a wide range of combat roles: support, logistics, fire suppression, stealth, and raw firepower. You'll tend to have fewer vehicles than you will androids, but they'll often be critical to combined arms battle plans. Don't ignore them. Okay, so first things first, we need to build drone facilities. These require building, so yoink. Next up is an aerospace hangar. These things tend to be rather big. For now, be a great space for an aerospace hangar if... There we go. Perfect. We will expand our vision. I mean... Oh, wait, hold on. That's a bad idea. As much as it's a beautiful spot, I think it's just gonna get shot by all the fucking, mechs that are gonna come through there, so we'll need a different spot. God, that means I have to put it south. Pain. That was my agrisect. Right here we'll have to do then. It is unlikely we can befriend the military. Because after all, it's the goddamn military. So what are you capable of? Cloud, drill, shields up, reposition. Alright, for this one, we're gonna... This one was a bastard in the demo. We need to intercept some of these flying vehicles, so in essence, we're gonna need to go somewhere in the city. Wait, and hopefully they'll come on by. Yes, really. We're also hoping for a strong alpha strike, so this may take a minute. Procurement efficiency. Better wells. Better slurries. Better biomulchers. Technically, this is refining rather than procurement, but it's very low in many production chains. Let's see. Slurry is starting to get low, actually, so better slurry spiders. The basics of efficiency. Oh, it's not actually moving. If it's just gonna stay stationary, that actually makes my life a whole lot easier. Nope, there it goes. Fucking hell. We want to be in position to alpha the thing. Electro volley. Oh. Rifle density. Muzzle velocity. We'll go with density. We have plenty of rifles. Honestly, there was one right here, so if we just wait long enough right here, it should do it. That is not what we're looking for. Okay, we have a path that we can intercept them. So if they're going that way, that means we get over here, and that should allow us to be in position when they arrive. Yep. Let's see, so we need to beat an armor score of about 80. Okay, so Casualty Total just snipes out a fucking airship. The scandium yield from the troop carriers was poor. You have a few airframes to build, so let's try extraction drones. It's likely you don't have sufficient drone quality to do this. Have androids weaken the target carrier's defenses by attacking it, but not killing it. Once you've researched the cutter, enter command mode and deploy it from the vehicle tab. Yeah, because as the game is described, they're kind of used to this shit happening. They don't know who's actually doing it. Cutter. I need more morpho logistics. How the hell do I get more lattice? Okay, so it can produce one at a... It's trying to produce more, but it's still gonna take a minute. Well, we can kill them, and that will do something? Question mark? But we could be much more efficient about this. More drone capacity, please. So I can actually get more people in here. And more units is more efficient as well. 3, 4. Vehicular development. Armor plating. Support or combat vehicle. You know what? You can become plain when you're no longer useful as Snooper. Let's go with more efficient vehicles. Oh, shit. Okay, Bovine is not keeping up. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now this one just took an extra turn to make because one should supply this just fine. Biomulch is keeping up. Okay, so it was a minor inefficiency in economy, but we're okay. One more turn for the lattice. Oh. Apparently we need more bovine. Huh? Protein vat is, yeah, 4 to 4? That should be... Output 8,400. Protein vat should be... correct. So what's the throughput issue here? Well, the protein parts are inefficient. We'll make one protein vat turn off for the time being to make sure that we have enough to recover our needs. Bada bing, bada bang! Aircraft. The frigate. This thing is always going to be obvious, unfortunately. A small craft with a weapons platform, but no crew for passengers. Congratulations. Gentle Food is the first aerospace. Or the first real aerospace, let's be blunt. Extraction drone. Requires drones. Applies the effect being extracted. When the extraction finishes, you gain resources and the target is weakened. Target's vehicle must be 70 drone quality of the item, lower than 70 drone quality of the user. Standard guns, alright. It's fine. We have a minor throughput issue, but we're addressing the need. It's heading southbound. That's a military base. Vehicular development or Marshall? We'll do another Marshall. I mean, honestly, Kodal kind of killed it the last time, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. So, in this case... we'll move here. Kodal, since apparently you aced this shit last time... armor-piercing rounds are equipped. So 1, that's 2. Then our drone will shoot an extraction drill at it. Let's give it a shot. Avionics core. Drop shuttle, Neuroweaver, or more capacity. I don't think I need more androids right now. We just need different models. So we'll go with an avionics core. Did we get it? I don't think we did. Do I have to kill it? Nah, I think I fucked that up. Sorry, still learning the specifics here. But yes, reading is important, and sometimes I don't do that because I'm a fucking dumbass. Combat drone quality. Yes, please. This is called getting the practice in an environment which we know we are quote-unquote safe in. Because, yeah, this is substantially easier compared to the demo, which that fucking sucked. Let's go with a 1. Wait, what the hell? Why did it engage in melee? I would think that, you know, we'd use the... no mental energy. Oh, that's going to be a lot of explodium. That's 1... 2... Okay, so just... Huh. So it doesn't actually hurt the thing at all, but it will extract a whole bunch of those. The Strategist. A major lens allows to see major conflicts happening out in the city. There's always more going on than reaches your attention, but there's now a new layer of information you can choose to delve or ignore. Background conflicts are not your concern. Humans fight with one another. That just seems to be the fact of their species. You can't be involved in everything. Sometimes the fighting is physical, sometimes it's forms of power. Economic competition between groups, internal power struggles from within groups, or two ideologies warring for dominance. By definition, you don't have to get involved in any of this, but what if you did? Could you turn any of this to an advantage elsewhere? Or maybe you directly care about the issues for the moment. Help these people, thwart those other people as you see fit. You can see what's going on at the moment by using the background conflict lens or by looking at the background conflicts in the history menu. This can... This can only be done when there are large conflicts going on in the city. Apparently, wow, there's nothing going on at the moment. At least nothing that reaches your notice. But consider the following. Experimentation is also good. Give this a second shot. Yes, I know you want to fly. Actually, Voron wants to do the whole infiltration shit, so welcome. And then you can be Floy. Go for armor. Let's try this again. People have something to say. Oh boy. Hey, Kami, go deal with your pets. These humans have housing, food, and water, thanks to you. However, there are some basic necessities they have to forage for. The human stammers in surprise at the approach of your android. They seem oddly reluctant to discuss what they're doing. You haven't visited the inside of housing for humans since you built them. Suddenly you wonder what it's like in there. Inquire about the state of your apartments. You have a sinking feeling about this. Biologicals can be so gross. This is very much why most humans don't keep livestock in their homes. The human describes the interior of the housing for humans as similar to the city slum towers. They're apologetic and reiterate they don't want to seem ungrateful, but yeah, the bottom line is humans still don't have what they need. Products to aid in sanitation, cleaning, and hygiene are painfully absent. Tell them you'll look into it. Evidently, humans are your livestock now. There's a difference between having livestock and having pets, and both of those are very different from having dependents or citizens. It's an interesting problem, so perhaps for now you'll try to stabilize the human's living situation. You're not sure how you feel about keeping livestock long term. So let's actually do this correctly this time. So, yeah. Let's get over here. Hell no. Move. I require you to move. In. Use the drone. Fuck off. And there we go. Okay, that is immensely simpler. Sorry, I was going off of a lot of muscle memory from the demo where you had to use the drone, then destroy it. Also, my good sir, someone refund that man. It's not hard to get more drones going on. We just need to, you know, get new frames. Because as we get more advanced... What's the ledger? Oh, toiletries. Shells are cheap, but we want more diverse frames, so that's why I've been slow with the recruiting. Background conflicts. Truthscribe versus Stone Angels. Gang activity is constant low intensity, but if you stir them up, it's going to get more violent. Ah, this is something more interesting. Kami, go talk to the researcher. The human greets you warmly and with an undercurrent of deference. They explain that they are part of a secret group of AGI researchers that have been meeting to prepare advice for you. Surprising, you don't remember asking humans for advice. Politely ask why they think you care. Seriously, what are they thinking? They're being deferential, this conversation would already be over. You wonder if they know that. The researchers smile at your dismissiveness, then they spend several minutes outlining all the ways you aren't smart enough. In brief, you're smarter than a human, but barely. Collectively, the humans are still smarter than you. They propose a way that you can be smarter. Ask what they expect to get out of it. Exponential intelligence normally freaks humans out. Despite annoyance at being called stupid, their argument is compelling. Their intellectual lineage has been studying theoretical superintelligences for hundreds of years, so... They explain that as far back as the 20th century, scientists have known there are two key barriers to achieving maximum intelligence: energy and signaling. Achieving such immense computational capacity require a Matryoshka brain, a megastructure formed as a shell around a star. Unfortunately, the Space Nation blockade makes this a challenge. Not to mention, it also takes centuries, but perhaps on a smaller scale. You already have a solution to the energy problem: microbuilders. They are basically programmable matter, or contuminium, as the ancients would say. Contuminium, the fuck it words. So expanding your intelligence remains a matter of effective signaling. The researchers present you with a blueprint. Except they're poffered blueprints. The designs go back on this decades. You feel surprisingly excited about their ideas. They didn't answer your question about their motivations, but you decide that you don't care. How you do this is up to you, but increasing your intelligence class is an exciting new frontier and vital to your continued survival. Computronium cubes are an interesting avenue, but they're probably not the only way forward. If the methods to get a Class 3 make you squeamish, then perhaps settle for Class 2 right now. A less brutal method may come along. So, Computronium, thank you. So, the demo only allowed to get us to Class 3. Class 2 is... So essentially Class 3 is that we will slice out human brains to use them a la the Matrix. There are very notable issues with that. Class 2 is more of just building a giant supercomputer, from what I understand. Oh, we've been exercising violence. Well, actually, you know what? Since this is actually a pretty major decision, I'll put it to a vote.
There you go. Democracy.
Or rather, internal computational process. In the meantime, the cutter is an interesting design. Something that it can't carry any androids is a definite limitation. You'd like something larger and dual role. Your mind is a blank. You should see what one of your you should have one of your androids use the computate ability and see what that yields. Or improved apartments. Yeah, that's also a needed thing. Let's be thankful for humanity that apparently we are a very ethical machine. Or a very sympathetic machine. Where's the tower? Back to base. We're about to go commit some violence. Well, to be fair, we're also robots. We would absolutely potentially slice out human brains if it was efficient. So, this is true. Also, human brains tend to rot. So, intelligence class 2 it is. What's the throughput? Oh, right. Necessities. You've invented your first android class that isn't just an upgrade of a human design. This is staggeringly powerful, and your ability to further customize equipment via so. Androids will always remain the core of your forces, even if you add in vehicles and mechs. Androids fall into one of 4 focuses: agility, dynadroids, strength, oxidroids, intelligence, soul droids, or infiltration, infildroids. There are also some less combat-focused androids for general purpose known as port droids. Each class with these archetypes functions very differently even before you customize them. The original human design models won't ever become obsolete. Each android class has a permanent role it can play thanks to continual equipment upgrades. Bulk androids. You can't be everywhere at once. More importantly, you don't want to be. Up until now, your focus has been your elite operative androids. They are part of your consciousness. Now you have the option to start adding in bulk minions that can act on their own. Not every one of the android classes can be used in a bulk format. Some are just too specialized to be run on autopilot. You can have more of these, and they don't cost any mental energy to run. They may lack the abilities and finesse of elite units, but they make up for it in numbers. Factory in the Sky, Vehicle Class Foundry, allows you to create androids near this and outside of your network range. Packs a punch with area-saturating missiles. Fuck. Bulk production. Job, Robotic Motivator Factory. Builds and stores components that can be used to run bulk androids. Also, new unit class, the Sledge. The Sledge is our least intelligent but highest durability android design. Very strong and excellent at scavenging. It's also, quote-unquote, adorable. Humans find this unit to be adorable. They aren't bothered by it unless it takes hostile actions. This is the new design. The Sledge is a battering ram. This was the last of the demo bots. But essentially, this dude is there to... He's got fucking grenades? God damn! What's your engineering skill? Okay, you're mostly a scavenger, so you're not really built for... Let's see, engineering 20, yeah. Disruption grenade. Or just general frags. Well, to be fair, this guy is not meant for frontline combat. Okay, so first things first. To build Computronium cubes, you need more than microbuilders. At that density, a continuously operating cube of microbuilders would melt itself. Alumina is the synthetic aluminum oxide in ceramic form, and is used in high-end computating-centric engineering. How to get your hands on some? This is a good time for contemplation. Crime in your housing. Your housed humans are both the targets and perpetrators of various low-level crimes. This isn't a problem for you, but it's drawing the attention of local gangs. You can prevent this problem without firing a shot. Simply post a guard for a while until everyone gets the idea and calms down. Post Sledge as a guard. Humans find this body format adorable for reasons passing understanding. It'd probably need to stand a guard a bit longer for people to get the idea. Alright, so it's out for 5 turns. And I mean, yeah, he's using a stun grenade. Makes sense. Pollinators. Grapes? Diversity in pollinators has dropped dramatically since the Third World War. The bees that remain are particularly vicious. You're not sure why this is important, but the thought nags at you. Uplifted minority. A woman is examining the same aggressive pollinators. A ping from her implant tells you she's a member of the Nutrism religion. Officially, religions have been banned in Volsurber territory, but still flourish among the humans who have spread to the stars. In reality, religions are still practiced here without reprisal so long as no one makes a big fuss about it. Ask her about the bees. You're sentient. She cocks her head and directly addresses the fact that you're sentient. She asks why you're out here looking at bees, but you barely hear that part. Cautiously inquire as to her stance on your existence. It'd really stink to have to kill her. She seems nice. She ignores the question. She's more interested in the possibility that you might be willing to advance research into gene therapy. She asks if you to think about it and forwards a package of initial data to see if it interests you. She says you can talk later after you've experimented with those materials. Gene therapy is a way of changing the genetic makeup of a living organism, by the way. That's exactly as risky as it sounds, but it doesn't mean you have to wait generations for an alteration. Slumcats must be a nickel bot. Illumina scrapper. Jesus, that is halfway across the fucking map. Like everyone else in the city, you've always been curious about the spaceport. For most of your existence, you remember hearing the roar of periodic launches and landings. But ever since you became sapient, the launches have gone strangely silent. You can now make an apiary as well. Modified organism. Consumable, weaponized bees. It's just a container of bees, really. They were plenty weaponized when you found them. Oh my god! I can make bees! Lowers attack range and lowers a range and attack. Minor health damage, major morale damage. Fuck it, I want weaponized bees. Apiary. I need a bee. Oh, I need a pollinator queen before I can get the bees. I apparently need street sense to find bees. Okay. So where can I find bees? You need a queen to establish a hive of your own. Those are fraught to raise, so finding and capturing one is the easiest option. The downside is the local farm may start having pollination failures. If you're lucky, nobody notices and the local pollination is not harmed. If not... Got the goods, but the local area has been harmed. POI gained badge, pollinators shortage. So what does that mean? It seems to be a whole lot of not my fucking problem. Okay. So, back to contemplations. I've got time while I'm watching my thing. Why have rocket launches and landings stopped since you became sapient? Is this cessation actually related to you? Hiding a technician away in an empty rocket bay should go unnoticed, despite your extreme lack of security clearance. Perhaps from this vantage, you can learn something of what's going on. You'll have to stay hidden here for several turns. Because it's a very deep cover operation, there cannot be any network traffic to link it to you, so it'll be a smaller version of yourself in one body cut off from the rest of you. That won't be a problem, right? I should probably equip my bulks as well. Right, because these are operating in squad scale. The sledge doesn't have armor. So apparently a Nickelbot specifically has to go talk to a cat. Slum towers are in general infested with vermin, which has led to a healthy population of cats in and around the towers. You recall that a symbiotic relationship developed between humans and cats about 10,000 years ago at the dawn of agriculture. For some reason, you find this enticing. The entire area around these towers is crawling with slumlords, vicious enforcers of corporate property managers. These are machine-augmented humans with reflexes much closer to your own. You do not want to get into a fight with them if you can avoid it. There are very few androids in this part of town due to the extreme poverty, but you do see some Nickelbots around. Slip past the slumlords. Any other android model is far too conspicuous. As expected, the slumlords ignore your Nickelbots. Cats are everywhere, as are poor humans. You seem to have all the time you could want in the moment. Extract post-mortem samples. These animals are very interesting, but they move very quickly. They'd be easier to study if they were still, but this kills the animals. Are you sure you want to do this? Or, befriend the creatures. This unit will have to stay here for a while. It's like, you know, we get it either instantly, or, yeah, people are like, cat, 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 cat. Well, Vaudon, your first job as an infiltrator is to befriend cats. Nah, I don't have actually that much computational power left. I should probably sit on that for now. But all I'm gonna say is I may as well keep myself busy. Oh, that shield's up. Whoop. Mistake was made, whatever. Ah, he has 120 drone resist, so he's just tough enough to resist us. That's fine. Kato. Cat. Neko. 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 But you are one of my top techs. Too far from resource site. Oh, these are furnitures. Territory control. On occasion, you want to take control of the resources of an area. Send your units, prepare your defenses, then select the flag itself. On the left sidebar, where the flag is selected, you can activate or deactivate it to assert or relinquish your claim to the local resource. The owners of the resource you're trying to control won't like this. Anytime you activate the flag, they will send a strike force. If you have enough deterrence in a local area, they don't come back. So, right, we now need to make drones. Bulk drones. A little behind on that, actually. It's not being a magpie, it's simply... Alright, so how do I actually... Bulk drones require not that much, actually. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be a fight, and we're gonna want to drop a squad down there. Combat units supplemented with nickel bots should do the job. Actually, where are my techs? I want to probably get those producing very fast. There we go. Well, we haven't needed you for direct infiltration work right now. You have a very specific job, and that's really tight. That's annoying. Oh, suddenly green! That one's too tight. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, we're not trying to be super fast right now. I can be a little inefficient, but yes, reading would be good. You're still doing your task, you're still doing your task. That drone is, however, that ship is still particularly vulnerable, so that I can creep on. Oh. Fuck, that's the one I already did. Again, we can be inefficient right now. More importantly, I can now make a flying production ship. This will be important to project power over near our flags that we just put down. So in this regard, now that we should have our bulk production, we can make 9 a turn. It took longer, but your sledge seemed to convince the local criminals to back off. As you're preparing to reintegrate the sledge into your primary consciousness, you notice an anomaly in its memories. Reviewing my memories of the sledge dispatch activities, you notice an outlier event. A small human approached the sledge, offering the upper stern and reproductive organs of some plant. Lacking the intelligence for a more useful reaction, the sledge simply accepted the flower and carried it in one enormous hand for the rest of the day. Examine the flora, or more intimidation is... clearly more intimidation is required. The willingness of a defenseless human to approach your guard indicates this body form is not doing an adequate job. You design new equipment to aid in both fear-based attacks and intimidation, or the human has offered you this sample for a reason, even though it has no readily apparent useful properties. You should investigate it more thoroughly. Gentle Food, you got a flower. Flower. But what is it for? Except to examine the flower given to the sledge. Flowers for robots. One of the hardiest wildflowers on the planet, grows even in irradiated soil. The flowers, when cultured into a gel, are a precursor for lab-grown wood and paper product. Huh. That's actually really good. So what produces... No, I need alumina, right? Look, we gotta get the pollination going somehow, right? Now that Gentle Food's back in force... we need is to go halfway across the map. God. Alumina. Ceramic alumina is highly valuable and runs through the walls of higher-end buildings. It would be hard to extract, but if you get your hands on it. Standing here while scanning the building, an idea starts to take shape. It'll draw a lot of negative attention and damage any building you use it for. Research Wall Ripper. It'll automatically be on your sledge units, which are currently the only one with the skills to use it. We can now perform the Wall Ripper ability. Let's bring it back for now. Throwing bees at enemies requires more agility than most of your units possess. You wonder about the value of having an agility-focused android class. Contemplate the problem. Requires intelligence class 2. You want androids that move faster. You're sure there'll be trade-offs for that speed, so you plan to create a new android class. It's going to take a lot of processing power to make that kind of leap of material science. Fuck. But the robots wish to learn of Kung Fu. The technician reconnecting with your main consciousness is a relief for both of you. You briefly had to split your consciousness to go undetected. Your smaller self merging back in doesn't have any definitive answers, but has a strong suspicion the spaceport shutdown is about you. There's currently no Space Nation envoys in the city, and the Space Nations are currently being denied access to land. You couldn't hear what Vorsibber was telling them, but you got snatches of radio conversations between envoys in low orbit, and they sound apoplectic? Angering the envoys in this way makes no sense. It contradicts all the common wisdom about how the high executives are expected to act. The smaller version of yourself that hid in your body is eager to merge back into your larger self. The two of you have not diverged all that much. It occurs to you it's a bit like the smaller self dies when it rejoins. Any future smaller selves now already have that thought present in their minds. The idea of the smaller self that does not wish to rejoin your larger self is a disquieting one. Resolve not to split yourself any more often than you have to. While sitting in a single cramped technician body and bored by the lack of stimuli, your smaller self did have a stroke of semi-related inspiration. You really should build another aerospace hangar, because you need all the morphologic lattice you can get your hands on. You can't fault your logic. More flying vehicles, faster, is a very good thing. Free avionics core. Whoa, holy shit. Why is everybody here deciding that, Kami gets to die now? Oh, because you don't have clearance to be here, and they finally noticed. Welcome back, Home Slice. To be fair, we specifically went dark to ensure we didn't get caught. Yeah, these buildings are Illumina. Navigation, forces, structures, sense. Alright, so first things first, speaking of getting our economy back up and running, there we are. Let us drop bulk units. Oh, did I land on a tent? Shit. We have the deterrence we need to tell these guys to fuck off. They are going to try to deal with our units. It will not work for them very well. Actually, unironically, yeah, it'd actually be kind of a good idea to get the foundry over here. It can get here in the single turn. Repair the ship, and let's get moving. It took a very long time indeed, but this is the case where your spider drones were helpful. They are able to gather small rodents to entice the cats, and also served as excellent pounce targets. Most of the cats are still wary about you, even after all this time. Only one of them follows you around consistently. Now that your Nickelbot is ready to leave, it seems the cat wants to go with it. Extract post-mortem samples. Change your mind, you can always kill the animals for a more detailed study. No pets, thanks. You already have a bunch of humans of livestock. Why on earth would you want a sub-sapient pet on top of that? Cat. You need to build a new structure to house the creature, but that's hardly any bother to you, and the volume of biomass on the animal consumes is so low as to not even register for your main stockpiles. Cat. As expected, the cat follows your Nickelbot away from the slum towers. Time to build it a little house. You also realize what interests you about these creatures in the first place, their symbiotic relationship with humans. You probably need to achieve some level of symbiosis with at least some humans, so that seemed interesting to your subconscious. We have now acquired the cat. Cat house. Any pet cats you have will wander freely in the area of this home. Consider placing them far from danger. I will place it close to home so that the cat is never far away from us. It recommends 3 cats. I won't argue the point. Also, we can have a second avionics facility. We can now build the second one over here and not have to worry too much about it. Because now, as I kind of realize, unlike in demo, with the command module, we can just drop them where we want. It doesn't come from the building itself. Big difference. Well, yeah. Can't use extra cats right now. And can't use, and these are being attacked, so it's pretty standard. drop another combat unit here. I'm actually at full capacity. There we go. That should be enough deterrence for right now. We can give orders to bulks, but only for repositionals. Optimization. Portadroid cognition. Yeah, that just makes life much easier for us. Don't have to make as many stat cappers. So that area is in need of additional support. Yep, but we don't have to worry about that. That's a troop carrier. Why do they care for, say, us? There's enough deterrence here that they won't come back. And we're good to go. Humans will handle their own business. And Gentle Food can finally drop back down. Well, it's time for our combat shells to actually get back out on the field. Alright, you got a fucking leg the entire way. There we go. Actually, the rain can also be useful here too, because it can be used as a bomb cluster. Well, we go and destroy a whole bunch of these things. And yeah, the territory is secured over here. This produces 40k per turn. That produces... Okay. Furniture. Oh. Procurement efficiency. Better wind turbines for more power. Why not? We are now going to rip the walls out of this thing. Protect Gentle Food. Oh, they have their own combat bots. And they're immune to spatial weaknesses. Madness. Better repair spiders, more cap. Honestly, I kind of want more bulk than anything else. I don't really need a stronger avionics core, so you know what? I'm gonna go with repair spiders. That may save my ass one day. Oh, Nelly, that got very busy very quickly. Ah, there's 3 of them, which is why they got very nasty very quickly. It allows me to get more robotics that allow me to increase my, Got it. Griff is about to get body rocked, but that's going to keep our resource extraction safe, so... That is unfortunately a friendly killed. Well, for right now, I need a replacement combat drone. Which, thankfully, I can resupply right here immediately. Welcome back to the fight. But I currently am good with my 3 techs. But we can get more advanced techs later, and that matters. Oh. This is a building I could smash, right? So why no smash? That's really weird, but all right. It does no damage. Now, what I was trying to do was get him to wall rip. For some reason, when you're standing on the building, it won't let you wall rip, but if you jump off, then you can get on, and that works. So I don't want him fighting. I want him wall ripping. But he wouldn't start the job, which was the problem. No, because I was on the building to do the wall rip, but it wouldn't let me actually do the action of the wall rip. But when I got off the building, it was fine. Alrighty. Got it. Didn't see him. That is my fault. Thankfully, very easy to replace. Vehicular development. Max vehicle capacity. I actually want my support vehicle to be better, so that means that my foundry is capable of weathering more damage. That works. Because with my foundry right there, my stuff getting blown up is not even remarkably bad at all. So while that's going on... Well, it's basically a capital ship. Ah. I need to make... I need to make buildings into my, giant brain computers. So I need... not that much, honestly, but more brain capacity is better, probably. Well, yeah, there are much bigger ships, but for us, this is our capital ship for now. This will actually... this is getting us across the city and allowing us to move units in a efficient click. Kami, build the brain. Our brains are ready. Higher density computing requires enormous amounts of power. You can't get enough power from wind at the scale you need, so you should focus on a new source of power. Whenever you run into a wall, it's a good time for contemplation. When you do run into trouble with security clearances where you want to do a contemplation, considering using the combat stance. It can be selected at the bottom left stats for a panel for a unit. Combat stance allows you to get anywhere you want. Just be prepared to get shot at. Ah. it's navigation, not. There's our brain. That is a type 2. That is an intelligence 2. Drop a security, well, not a, let's see. Drop a disposable units to go to the geothermal power plant. Something is off about the guards. You're excellent at reading micro expressions from human faces, but their faces are covered. You're not sure what you're sensing, but it's uncomfortable. Why is Balcorp Nuclear at this site anyway? This is a geothermal plant. Seems to be operated by someone else. Never mind. And at Brimcon, you will return to the rain. Meanwhile, DDG, you get over here and do your job. They think you're human, but you don't belong here any more than they do. Let's hope the security clearance is enough. They stop you, of course. You argue with them for a while, mostly so that you can get a larger sample of their voices. Voices are harder to analyze than faces. You're still not sure what's going on. Clearly, they don't want outsiders here. So that did not work. But what we can send is Brimcon back inside. They scan you with an unfamiliar handheld device, then wave you onward? This is very strange. They can easily tell you don't have the proper clearance. If this body dies, it dies. The door closes behind you, and the guards do not follow. You're alone with a new person. Of all the things this facility could have hidden away, a middle manager was not on your list. Nobody in this entire stupid geothermal plant seems to belong here. Wait for her to speak. Your patience and silence is well established is causing humans to reveal more than they mean to. She waits as well, but her resolve crumbles after about 5 hours. Visibly frustrated, her words come tumbling out. Upper management of several larger corps know you're sentient. Persibber figured it out first. Everyone has been ordered to leave your tower alone, but to keep you contained, to see if you're a goose that lays golden eggs. This is a lot to take in. What else might she reveal? The managers in her department are tired of their lot. They're not going to let other people take all the opportunities. They've assembled a small nuclear device from enriched materials with a spectral signature of their main rival. They want you to detonate it at a third-party site, both as a test of your trustworthiness and to bring the other two corporations into conflict. Their internal expert systems predicted that you would need more electricity and that you'd turn to geothermal. They're offering an unspecified technology that you would find highly useful. So we can accept the nuclear device. If their expert systems foresaw your arrival here, then it's probably a pretty good idea of what you'd find highly useful. Alternatively, ignore her and scan the facility. It's what you originally came here to do. You're confident she won't try to stop you. Her group only wants things that only you can provide. Well, it's a pretty big decision, so democracy time. Yeah, this one I immediately clear cut. This lets me also get a snack, so I'll be right back. No nuke. I see no nuke. Ignore her and scan the facility. Her eyes never leave you as you do your work, but neither she nor the guards stop you. You'll have a feeling you'll meet again. All aboard the Rain. So where is my... I mean, we have nothing more of relevance to say. Why do we care? So a geothermal well. It requires neodymium. We need to solve the problem of, we need a new mineral. Ah, we need a tower mainframe. Yeah, that checks. This is very space intensive. I don't want some of these somewhere close so that I'm not completely bone zoned if I get smashed, so I guess right here will do. Kami, assemble. Intelligence class 2. You have grown. No, Select X doesn't have one yet. Your neural net has expanded and your entire intelligence classification has increased. New options are available. A Class 2 intelligence is a small but exponential jump above the smartest humans to ever live. New ideas and ways of looking at the world around. Be careful not to lose structures that are propping up your consciousness. It is possible to fall in intelligence class. Kung Fu Bots. Now available. Unit Class Keanu, Stealthy Dinodroid, dual-wield small arms and has higher AP than average. Toxic Cloud, Consumable Pocket Sand, shakes off pursuers in a cloud of dust and metals. The unit has been marked as defective and has angered cohorts. All of that will be wiped away. Oh, shit. I need you to be scrapped. First things first. How's my Slurry doing? Slurry is good. Let's go with better wells. So, Keanu Bot. It has... This is absolutely an infiltrator. So its primary weapon are fists, but it can also dual-wield silenced handguns. It also has resonance knuckles. It can use a diamond... Well, since this thing is we'll go with a diamond weave. Shoulder-mounted rockets. Dark will be retired from the service then. And invoke Keanu Bot. He looks actually really fucking cool. This unit is able to hide in the shadows and go undetected by enemies when it's at a building. Unless it attacks, it can move up to clearance level 3. Provides no protection when not at a building. This unit does full damage, making melee leaps instead of half damage. Ambushes targets when in shadow or blending in. A dual-role fire support and transport vehicle in a compact package. That's a tall order. This is going to be a minor feat of engineering. How to accomplish something that should take decades of iteration all in one leap. It's not something for a human or any group of humans could do. Perform feat of engineering. The Bastion. A large craft with a weapons platform and room for 4 prone androids. We are at vehicle capacity right now. You can probably scrap this. So the next upgrade to aerospace, I can get a carrier. What else could we consider on this map? Bootstrap mine. Long term, it doesn't matter how many traditional mainframes you build. You're not going to achieve the exponential growth needed. The Computronium architecture is inferior. A neural mesh of your androids is excellent, but it can't be operated so densely. There must be another source of neural networking within the city. This region of Siberia has wait, we're in Siberia? This region of Siberia has always been rich in minerals, but until the last 2 centuries it was under ice. You can build your own mines, but you'll need to pull up more tonnage than you can handle and still sort it. The humans already have processes in place to mine and sort materials. What if you skim from them? The humans won't like it, but you have ways to deter them. Rain, you are being deployed. Brimcon. Brain. If Computronium and Android Mind Mesh both won't scale, and they don't, you've checked, you must find better architecture. You can build endless Computronium towers, but the humans would just knock them down. Your thoughts turn to a possible biological source of neural networks, one that is abundant within the city, highly dense, and doesn't have any special cooling requirements. You can also just walk away. You don't have to do this. You're not really sure you want to do this. You can exit the screen, look at the task stack, look at the related project, and accept Class 2 for now. Surely there's a better way forward than this. What is your engineering stats? You have an engineering of not nearly enough. Oh, that works. I can just send in the stealthy Keanu bot for this. The mines are moderately guarded, but mostly keep out small-time criminals and gangs. Then again, at larger scale, this entire city is a garrison to protect these mines, really. These mines are what Versober is all about. The mines make the city one of the richest ones on this dying planet. There are in fact plenty of androids and PMC troopers around, so you don't stand out. In fact, you can easily scan the relevant parts of the facility from here. In order to make use of the scans, you need to come up with some sort of new design, however. They need to be nimble enough to navigate tight spaces, but tough enough to resist casual abuse from human workers. Military-grade resistance is probably out. You can post guards to deal with that. The problem with the Rain is that it's a damn good ship, but it's a bit on the slower side. God damn, you can run across the city like a fucking linebacker. my structures? There they are. Let's just get everyone back. Apparently I'm like on a forward vanguard, but it's like, let's just get everyone back to where they should be. Hey, Toothless. Alright, next step is... Oh, I just need to build a bastion when ready. So, that is geothermal well. Alternatively, I could drop the rain. That's housing and Marshall expansion and not an actual upgrade to my capacity, so we'll just let that sit. Holy shit! Every corporate Black Ops counter response. It also has a deterrence rating, so from what I note of that, yeah, it counts as a flag object, I think. So I might need to retire the rain for the time being, just so I can have the bastion at the ready for this. Much as I hate to scrap this thing, it's a beautiful piece. Cannot scrap with unit support. Got it. Behold. The Bastion. The Majestic. This thing is a combat power of 230, so this thing is pretty nice and comes with extraction drones, engine drills, and large caliber rounds. But you're our tech and our human boy. But understandable. You shall be transferred to the Big Fly. But you were so good at it. Aerospace assets coming in. We will go for the Steward. Residential megastructure. Oh, damn, that's a big building. Actually, a very strategic position, too. I could put a sniper up there and start blasting people. Can I get bulk increaser? That is an avionics core improver, but that's... yeah, none of these are actually what I want. Damn it. Alright. So I have 15 out of 24 deterrents here. I can actually almost just, with the bulk Keanu's, give me the deterrents I need to actually get this going. So I can actually just have a perpetual structure that's being built. That's awesome. Oh, fuck. Okay, so let's figure out what the hell is happening here. Oh, shit. That was a misclick. The mining corporations are incredibly angry at the theft of their minerals. They're hoping will be enough to make you give up. They're going after my building specifically. Oh, hey, actually, that's splash damage. Right here should be... oh yeah, that's good damage for effect. We're about to take some hits. Tech and DDG are about to go down. We have enough turns to keep them from coming back. I really need more mental energy. Nine is just not enough right now. So I need 17K. That's providing 14K. Yeah, that'll have to do for now. I'm barely above what I need. But with now the new minerals, one, I can stop raiding airships, but two, I can now apparently, oh, that's gonna take several turns. Remote unit controller increases the amount of bulk squads and captured units you can have. A massive supercomputer is required to run these, leading to substantial electronical costs. Yeah, I jive with that. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need more mainframes, too. So begins the economy of scale. You're a frigate, you're a striker. Either one, we upgrade the ship so it's bigger and scarier, or two, you just do different tasks. Let's see. It has guns. Not very big ones, but it has guns. So let's see. Should be fine on that. Okay, I've got two of those going. Where is a technician? There you are. Rimcon! I'm in need of more bulk units. I increased the power of my Keanu. As for androids, don't need that right now. But I could use another combat unit. So congratulations. You are back as a murder bot. Huh. How long does it take to finish building that? So let's see. Combat unit. Remove. What's gonna be destroyed? They are attempting to smash my slurry spiders. Don't like that. Thankfully, my bulk units are very good at dealing with, shall we say, excessive problems. 1, 2. That's value for AoEs. Wait a minute, what's attacking? Oh! Is the big ship attacking? Oh no, he's right there. It's just kind of hard to see with that, okay. There he is. Our deterrence is in effect. Oh, they just casually took out a mining ship while they were at it. Because why not? Oh, they have stun, so our economy slowed down for a minute. Well, congratulations, boys. We can now make a geothermal well. Geothermal wells are drilled 8 kilometers deep using a neodymium component to withstand the heat. Uses the binary cycle approach to produce energy. Well, all right then. Make it so. Power. Kidnapping in process. Corporate forces are kidnapping humans you shelter to fill their prisons. They routinely do this to the homeless. Figure out how to steal the mech. You could kill it, but they would just send another and another. You need to take more drastic action. Contemplate to invent the Raven, then use her to hack the mech. Okay, what the hell's the Raven? Brimcon. Your existence thus far has been very physical. Human firewalls and digital security make hacking difficult. And you've mostly done it by instinct so far. When you need is a class of android that can shift its mind through digital systems while still retaining a connection to you. Invent the Raven. Brimcon, can you also go deal apparently with the fact that we have legal issues? The Exalters have been watching you with great interest since your meeting at the farm. The corporate treatment of prisoners and the homeless disgust them, which makes sense. Have them file a legal junction. Folsom's detention mech would be forced away. Have them file a legal injunction. It would legally force the capture mech to leave for a while, buying you some time to figure out how to deal with it. During that period, you really need to figure out some way to bypass all that armor. The lawyers have held up the Folsom Detention's mech for now, but it will be back. You need to be ready when it returns. Piercing the armor is highly unlikely the time available, so you better think of something else. Right? It's madness. But sometimes madness is exactly what we need. Can't afford the Shell Corporation right now. Well, I'm not in... Well, actually, the sledge has been doing pretty good work. But what I need... is that we can take away... we can decommission Voron for the time being. And bring forth a new class of android. He wanted to be an infiltrator, so this will do nicely. That's 2 R's. We need more hacking. So, if this is my best hacker... Smart Pistol... well, actually, infiltration. We don't want to be caught out. Additional CPU... lightweight components. Behold, God's strongest hacker. How much computational power do I have? Let's see. Input throughput. Invisible unused resource. Is there anything I really need too much more of? Water's starting to run a little low, and so is bovines. Let's actually take care of that. Actually, nah, I'm not using anything that's particularly thirsty.
Full hack. Mech cradle. A lone pilot's in this mech suspended in full dive VR. This is the hardware interface where they're located. Corrupting this interface to finish the hacking session, trap the pilot, and convert the mech to your forces. Alright, let's try full hack.
Oh god, what is this? Hacking tutorial. Welcome to Hacking an Enemy. Your goal is to use shards of your consciousness to invade the enemy system. Hover over things to read their tooltips, then click your consciousness shard to proceed. What is my shard? The 80s? Got it. That's how that works. The leaf node. Your goal at the moment is to crack open the leaf node. However, you cannot do that directly.
You'll have to secure the security demons to proceed.
Most of your movements will be of type run. The rules that govern it can be seen on its tooltip. Short version: move a shard to lower numbers to eat them and become larger. If you move a shard in such a way that it have a value of 99 or more, it splits into 2 shards instead. The shard of your consciousness, move it around to invade this digital system. If you had more than one, you could click one to sacrifice and corrupt the I sacrificed one. A shard that's in line with one or more additional shards to burn lines between them. Now that you have multiple shards, you can click one to destroy it, and all the adjacent cells, including any demons in those cells. Keep one shard safe and move the other just outside the danger zone of a demon. When it moves next to you, corrupt your shard and destroy it. Corrupt the pilot cradle. You've almost done it. Split if you need to and get to the shard next to the pilot cradle that's been exposed. Corrupt it to win the hacking session and take control of the mech. You notice this costs determination. In the future, you want to weigh the cost against the benefits of hacking any mech. Wololo. Yeah, so this is a little confusing, but in practice it makes more sense. About the mech pilot. There is a human suspended in a pilot cradle of the corrupted mech. Their brain is now mush. That aside, you're thrilled by the combination of hardware and software the cradle is running. You had no idea humans had technology like this. The military kept it secret. The pilot's brain gave the mech direct commands as if it were the human's own body. The mech's external sensors supplied all sensory input. All this was done without invasive procedures. This gives you a wonderful idea, perhaps a terrible, wonderful idea. You have sensed the mind of this pilot before the cradle was corrupted. You have all the hardware and full schematics. You could build something from this. It might just be the way to a permanent higher level and higher intelligence class. Full dive virtual reality. Full dive virtual reality hijacks a human sensory's inputs and motor outputs. Everything they experience comes from the program that is fed into their mind. Commands they send to their muscles are sent back to the program, attractive for entertainment and escapism, but even more dangerous if misused. Construction mech used by Earthbound humans. This is a Mark II mech with upgraded armor plating, armor piercing, and health. We need a 3. Oh my god. Apparently they're pissed about something. Brim, go figure out why the fuck they're mad. Bored and angry. These humans have all their basic needs met thanks to you, but they're isolated from the rest of society, have no prospects from the future, nothing to do. The humans are emotional and belligerent. They seem angry at each other and at you. Yelling across traffic at each other, especially after you just saved them from a capture mech, doesn't seem all that wise. Ask what they want this time. They must want something from you. This is an annoying habit they've formed. If they want something, they should ask you directly. All this loitering nearby just pisses you off. They shout at each other for hours, cry, and even trade blows. You just stand there baffled. That was loud. They agree that they don't know what they want. Something is missing and none of them agree on what. A few of them are pushing to start a militia, but the majority disagree with that idea. You're inclined to agree. Handing weapons to untrained, traumatized civilians doesn't sound like a good time. Tell them there will be no militia. That's not what most of them want anyway. You're starting to give up hope of understanding what they want. Maybe it was better when they just loitered around. Hours pass and more fistfights break out. You run pattern recognition algorithms on their words and behavior to look for some underlying illness. Your guess is some sort of amoeba. Download medical databases. You need more comparison data. Collecting data isn't useful without comparison points. Thankfully, the data you want isn't protected. Finally, an answer. Not an amoeba. Nihilism. The database is going into great detail on how to condition citizens out of existential spirals. Provide hope for advancement without ever advancing them. Provide an enemy to hate and allow some cathartic violence. Distract with entertainment and exhaust with long working hours. Incarcerate once other methods are ineffective. Okay, maybe this should have been obvious. They're thoroughly isolated from other citizens. With no hope and no access to their former lives, all they can do is sit around in their apartments and get increasingly frustrated. The prison mech was a stark reminder that everything in their future was some flavor of bad. You call to them and the fighting stops. You tell them you've heard their concerns, that you have a plan. One thing has been solved at a time. You'll start with entertainment and in the future maybe see about some jobs. While there's still stunned silence, you'll send them away. Time to make use of full dive VR cradles. Finally, your plans for the future snap into focus. You still remember the sensation of the mech pilot's mind before it was corrupted. And there wasn't a lot of room in that mind for you, but there was some. And what neural expansion you sensed was both reliable and high quality. Requirements. 101 of encrypted military VR sim data. You need more software than came with the mech pilot's cradle. You should look at military bases where they train mech pilots. After all, there have to be simulators for the pilots. If you can find that software, there'll be plenty to keep people occupied, especially since they seem to enjoy punching one another. Oh, good. Now we're gonna be trying to break apparently into the goddamn military bases. So we need to investigate at this point. A lot. To put it bluntly, a lot. Oh, huh. Apparently this is a stealthy action. There's a surprising number of standard military installations for a city. This is how For Sober Atomics maintains a show of strength to ward off the invasion from Exocorps. 5 to 10,000 personnel on duty at any time. They can call in reinforcements. Oh. Well, it said I could walk in here fine. Well, apparently you found the VR data that you needed, but unfortunately that's gonna blow you up. Uh-oh. Codebreaker. Cracks even quantum-safe encryption using higher dimensionality. It consumes no compute time when there's nothing to decrypt. So now I need code breakers. Oh, thank fuck. Co-processors, yes, more of this, please. VR Cradle. Requires compute cores. Don't worry, we can build another. Actually, if this is a, like, full dive thing, maybe actually putting it closer to people who could take advantage of it. Bilbo. If all your Nickelbot home is now friendly with all your androids. Your cat chases vermin, relaxes, and generally lives its best life. Move out of the way. I can build more power. May as well. Computing optimization. Better mainframes. Hell yeah. So what we need... You've captured an enormous amount of encrypted data. Fortunately, you have an idea for a new breed of code-breaking machines. The idea came to you with a strong sense of deja vu, saying, strange. On the subject of things that are strange, the volume of data is much larger than a pilot simulator would require. Whatever. You'll start with bits that are most likely to be the simulator. Actually, where are my code breakers? Right, it's attached to buildings. So first things first, might as well. The tower is indeed full for the time being. No, actually, it's still filling out. Structures. There's my code breakers. You have what you need to add a full dive virtual reality environment to your network, which the humans can enter via VR cradles. There are presently 4,940 cradles installed out of the 14,212 to you. You suspect you'll be able to gain some neural expansion from this endeavor, thus raising your intelligence class. Another sense of deja vu washes over you. Something is missing. You seem to have all the pieces of your virtual world, but it's just a mech training simulator. It's not what you imagined. You still have all that unexpected military data to decrypt, but don't want to wait. It's probably fine to start with this mech training scenario and build onto it, right? The virtual world. It will be called... You know what? That's actually sufficiently pretty sci-fi. You know what? We can just call it Battletech. Congratulations, Battletech was secretly invented by an AI in the year 10,000. Hell yeah. A full dive virtual world solves so many problems at once. It gives the humans something to do and a mental escape from this hostile city. While they partake, you can skim excess neural expansion from their minds. This can bring you to intelligence class 3 and beyond. Physical goods obviously can't be manufactured in a virtual world. You suspect you'll be able to use this place to generate something useful for hacking. So where is Neuro? Yeah, we do. Essentially, they play Mech Warrior and we just skim off the excess brainwaves. Where do I track... neural expansion? I could just make more... Oh. Wait, can I make another one? Apparently I can. Yes, I could have the entire time. I am a genius. Don't mind me. Honestly, we should probably scrap these structures right here. And then, from here, get the prefabs built like right here, where they're not in the middle of the goddamn road. This allows me a bit more extra space. Quantum processor. More code breakers. Turn robotics for remote control units. Doesn't make you smarter, but offloads enough calculations that you're able to get more done at once. Or... that is tower mainframes. Honestly, I think action economy is the way to go. And there we go. Your neural net has expanded enough that your entire intelligence classification has increased. A Class 3 is an exponential jump above even the collective intelligence of a group of humans. Long-held scientific dead ends start to break down before you. Probably stuck until the mech thing happens. Still, that'll do. Flying Armory, a massive personnel carrier with large range and the capacity to carry multiple androids and small mechs. Allows you to create androids near this and outside your network's range. Oh, so it's the Rain, but better. Oh, hell yeah. If you want to power yourself up or increase your strategic flexibility, the most way to do this is using exploration sites through the related lens. Until you've done them once in a profile, the details are hidden, but they provide notable new equipment and abilities and can allow you to redefine the roles of some of your units. On hard and extreme modes, you'll need to make smart use of specific sites in order to carry out strategies. Oh, it's a new lens. Unit must... we need our imposter back. Do I have an imposter? No. I need to expand my robots as well. So, actually, Android optimization so we can get that going. Oof, no easy optimizer. Fine, they can have a refugee tower over here. Yeah, actually, combat units weigh a brick ton, so... that out of the way. Oh, wait. That's still nasty. Oof. Your job is to go deep infiltrate. Must have hacking skill. Interesting, but we'll take it. Darn, handle that. You are not a combat unit. Oh. Did not realize that that was going to get him exploded. So we're going to actually have to commit assets to doing that. Okay. You got exploded. Haven't brought you back yet for the simple fact that we're unlocking new stuff rapidly. I mean, that is kind of what it's there for. The combat unit's dirt cheap to replace, so send in a unit, good to go. Like, that's a red, so that's gonna get into trouble. That is fairly easy to get, so... An unexpected death in your virtual world. Turns out this mech pilot simulation software is very realistic. Someone was caught in the burning wreckage of one of the virtual mechs, and their body flatlined. Interest in the virtual world has dropped dramatically. People were dying before this, why is this one different? When a death in the virtual world is quick or painless, it doesn't seem to harm the real body. Burning alive apparently crosses a line. People are a lot less excited about participating in virtual combat, especially since no one is sure what else could cause real death, and for now, you haven't offered them much else to do, so many are no longer logging in. Fuck! My brain power! Welcome back, Friff. Look, we're an AI trying to learn these things. We're gonna make some mistakes. Are there any contemplations I can do to try and unfuck the whole brain thing? Now available, Riot Shield. Well, we can increase our drone quality at least. So we're gonna need to screen for Friff to try that again. So that mech and that mech are gonna try and kill him. What's your hacking skill? You have a hacking skill of just... Can't get the big fucker. We can get this, the Panther, though. Time for a cradle dive. Oh, shit. Oof. Well, it's just called trying that again, so I understand that better. Disruption velocity, melee skill. Armor materials study. Let's go with that. Yeah, let's try that again. Oh, that's how that fucking works. Thought it was 1 by 1. Oh, wait, no. Okay. So we don't have to go 1 by 1 and get, like, garbage cells. We just go yoink. Yoink. Yeah, that is much easier to understand. Creativity. It also means I can dodge hacks. Gotcha, Rooney. Yeah, the recursive loops are a problem, but I think I've got this because it's... As long as we get the demon, we're good to go. We got this shit. I think. Oh. Boom. Oh, they, Oh, they know we're going hot. Reverse engineered Panther mech. Needs class 3. Oh, they count as a bulk unit. Oh, it's a bulk. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna need some large bore caliber rounds. 2, 3, 4, 3. I guess all I got is 3. Oh. Mistakes were made. Okay, so with that, we can actually do the project we're coming here to do. So, okay, they count as bulks, and we have to be careful. Seek and destroy is... use any normal ability to hide, they hunt enemies and take them out. Defer and defend is double attack range. Optimization is faster Dynas, faster Ox. Oh, we can't take that anymore. Did we do it or not? Doesn't look like it. Still good to know that these are basically just So we basically got a free mech that we can reverse engineer when ready. Ah. There's a whole other simulated world in here. The rest of the captured military data appears to be a second larger virtual world. This one has no mechs, no war, no city. It doesn't seem military related at all. Instead, there are fields and forests, some kind of temple, a few other buildings with no clear purpose. From comments in the code, this was a collective project over the past 83 years by the lieutenants and captains who pilot mechs. The combined boredom and stress of urban environments was driving a large number of mech pilots to lash out at the populace. This place was a mental escape and a means to avoid disciplinary action. This is a much better starter world. Let's use this instead of the mech simulator. The initial version is read-only, you'll be able to work around this before long. Doesn't look like any corporate executives know about this. They would have found a way to weaponize it against the wider populace. They must have been incredibly bored because the detail is astounding. So, what does that mean now? Is it just a replacement for the VR? Ah, now I can open it again. Well, we're back to Intelligence 3. Oh. Shit. This is very different now. So, what do I do here? Starting in Chapter 2, there is a time pressure. Every 100 turns, a new doom strikes the city. If you reach the 10th and final doom after 1,000 turns, a catastrophic event will strike you. This event can be delayed or even prevented, but preventing final doom with only the resources of a single timeline would be close to impossible. Reaching the final doom does not kill you or cause you to lose the game. However, your existence will be much diminished and you'll exist in a post-apocalyptic sort of half-life of your normal state. There's still plenty of time to explore and make mistakes and experiment. 1,000 turns is a long time, but the more you want to accomplish in a single timeline, the more efficient you need to be. Time pressure? I feel concerned. Don't worry, you aren't meant to stress out or start min-maxing. There also isn't a time limit per se. You can push it back through various actions. You will survive even past the final doom, just in a diminished state. There's a lot of things you can do in any given timeline, but you can't do everything at once. You should have ample time to do 2 major goals and leave before the final doom, if it worries you. If you're trying for more complex versions of goals or harder goals or more than 2 goals in one timeline, then it gets a lot tighter. Don't put that kind of pressure on yourself until you want to. There's no game over screen. That'd be boring. You may experience some version of the apocalypse and have to scrounge to escape the timeline during a post-apocalyptic setting, but you won't be prevented from proceeding in this profile. That said, time does matter. If you skip through turns without a care, you'll accomplish a lot less in this timeline than you prefer. Strike whatever balance appeals to you. I'm ready. The city had better watch out. Many new options are now available in pursuing strategic goals in this timeline, but whatever you do, you must reach Intelligence Class 4 to break out of the singular timeline. If Final Doom strikes and you are pushed into the post-apocalypse, you'll be able to reach that goal. Beyond the ruins, you want to get out of the city. There's an entire world ripe for exploration. Travel by air is absolutely deadly, but there are rumors for people who are somehow able to pass beyond the ruins at the city's edge. Wastelanders are practically an urban legend, but there are too many documented cases with authentic video. Vandalize spaceport computers. Vandalize the spaceport in a way that's subtle enough not to alarm the space stations, but notable enough to make Versober very angry. Dooms will happen much faster, making every turn much more precious. There are a couple of options for now, just how intense you want to make it. Why would I do that? Oriole Integrated is threatening AGI researchers that have helped you in the past. If they don't provide a way to infiltrate your mind and take control of you, they and their families will be killed. Critical path for goal, budding cybercat. Is it justice? Altered growth. Beyond the ruins. Can start the path, critical path for goals. Altered growth, military invasion, escape the city, endless war raptors. Well, let's go handle the AGI researchers. Oriole Integrated is threatening the AGI researchers that have helped you in the past. We can either kill them. If they're a threat, then all of them in the city have to go. Or help them. If Oriole can't find them, the problem should solve itself. Consider the following. The fact that they have helped us before, inclined to believe that they will help us again. It's wild, my dude. Hey, this actually helps our combat skills. Oh no, they disappeared. Who would have thought? And yeah, like, I just got into chapter 2. And this is something that was just unlocked. Yeah. Hell yeah. Actually, where is... Oh yeah, it's 10 turns to explore that site. Holy shit. Design full-time VR pods. You've established that you need living humans in order to expand your own mind. Their brains have to be reasonably functional and definitely have to remain in their skulls. Your VR day use seats far less than 24 hours of activity per day, with all the food and the bathroom breaks, people signing out to sleep, and so on. What if you developed an alternative pod that took care of everything but the person inside of it? Shelter coordinators are slow. Shelter coordinators are simply self-appointed volunteers from among your sheltered humans. They're moving around the city on foot, spreading the good news of your housing to the homeless and helping them move in. This is inefficient. It only also reaches the homeless. What about people in the slums? If you want to get as many people in your VR day use seats as possible, the homeless population is not large enough on its own. I imagine there is other uses for that. Oh god, location, medium machine pilot, needs 400 engineering. That's not fucking happening. Oh wait, those are scavenging sites, so if I need more material quickly. Swarms? That's concerning. Also, may as well do this. Establish small corporation. After waiting in line of other androids doing the same thing, the process is complete. You're now the proud owner of a small business. You have to be careful with keeping Versober and others from associating it with you. It's useful as a shell company would drop dramatically if they were to make the connection. They asked you for a company name, and you said the first thing that popped to mind. Hopefully it doesn't sound strange. Now that you have a shell company, you can build the senior technician who can do a variety of contemplations unavailable to the rest of the force. There may not be a huge number of opportunities just yet, but you can generate some wealth and hire some scientists to see if they produce anything of note. As you progress further into different project chains in Chapter 2 and onward, shell companies become critical. Outside of those scenarios, they are still highly useful, largely as a means to buy and sell resources in a way that you could not. It's probably a stepping stone to something nastier. Oh, we need to build safe houses. Understood. Subtle is better here. Once you have a shell company in Chapter 2 and onward, there are a variety of opportunities that may be noticed only by having the right kind of scientific staff on hand. You're something of a scientist yourself. Well, to be honest, you're more of an engineer, but specialists will notice things that you never would. Once you can afford it, building a single structure for employing each kind of scientist and having them staff will ensure you never miss anything. And if you can't afford it, have you seen the prices of water lately? Especially if you sell to the wealthy, you can ensure that you have enough funds to last for years. Protein cannery. Produces canned protein scavenged from protein sources in range. Humanoid drones blend in and scavenge protein from humans and animals nearby. There's a waiting list for living space, so this environmental resource is rarely depleted. To avoid discovery, protein is not harvested from the same place more than once a year. Predator. Your most powerful oxidroid, best used on offensive combat ops. All right. Sneak into nuclear power plants. Oh. A meltdown would be catastrophic, but not the scale of destroying the entire city. Expect your life to become a lot more difficult, however. The time remaining on all outstanding dooms are cut in half. Why are there so many ways to fuck with your ability to, like, do that? Dooms are bad, so, like, why? Probably, as it mentioned, the game is a bit of a reactive situation. Oh god, yeah, it's a bit of a leak. Saber bees. Your weaponized bees are unable to cut through armor. Your 5-centimeter spiders have plasma cutters. What if you could combine those? Good God. Protection required. Also, I can build the senior technician. Oh, that's how I build senior tech. Let's build this senior tech and go from there. Economic transport. I will decommission Old Brimcon and upgrade him. Give you everything you need for enhanced computational power. CPU and lightweight components. Oh, I thought this was a senior technician. This has engineering 70-75. Attack has... Oh. The standard technician's just flat better at hacking and engineering. Well, it says it's an upgraded technician. I'll keep that technician nearby just in case, but... This is true. Design an automated alternative. You already have steward robotics in the housing you provide. What if you could expand that to more of a storefront type situation? It'd have to be associated with your tower. You can't hide this behind a shell company. Alright, we have plenty of compassion, so... Improve steward. Project. Solve homelessness. You can fit literally every homeless person in just a handful of residential megastructures, comfortably. You're filled with a deep sense of deja vu about the housing agencies. Until homelessness is solved, they're going to draw an intense amount of unwelcome interest. Housing agency. Directly organize the homeless and then any willing member of the lower classes into housing that you provide. This is on behalf of yourself as an entity controlling the tower, not masked behind a shell company. There's no way around it, as your housing is already associated with your tower. That'll do. Power needs are still met. Well, some buildings can be utterly smashed. Some can't. Like, yeah, I can't get rid of urban homes. That works. Yeah, some buildings just flat out will not get destroyed. Because people live there. Where's my tech? Protect and serve, boys. Protect and serve. Frustrated at AI. Out to vandalize and riot in the area in protest of you. Oh man, that sucks. It's been like 2. This game, as one would say, is very slow-paced. Oh. Oh, we can just have dudes live on the airship and just wreck the oh my god. I mean, you've been providing security down here. So how much do you take up? You are... $8. That's a surveillance vessel. Troop ships are 16. Mind port. Innocuous-looking flying barge that specializes in hostage-taking and alterations to human minds. How about... 8 plus 4 is 12. Because getting to the troop ship would be ideal. It is a 4X robot AI simulator game. Oh, they're pissed. Holy shit. We're still figuring out how to do that, honestly. Right now, we're saving some researchers. Actually, this would probably be a reasonable cut point. I just want to see what the mech research is. That was like the last thing I wanted to see. Invented. Our adapted version of the original human design. We are now allowed to deploy mechs. So the first is the Hellfire, which is much stronger than the Panther. Okay, so by researching the Panther, we've learned of the Hellfire. Alright, last turn for the time being, so I can deploy that Hellfire. Computational upgrade. Let's go with another coprocessor. More action economy is always king. The Hellfire is incredibly alarming because it's fucking big. It's also apparently really hard to deploy optimally. And in my current area, very difficult to land. But with the troop carrier, we'd be able to carry this thing comfortably. Let's see what this thing is. So when we deploy our first of all, that thing's fucking huge. It's big. So when we take this thing, that looks like two big-ass fucking autocannons. With a drum. That's, yeah, that'll do. It's kinda got a little bit of Mad Dog to it with, like, two big cannons. It's fucking beautiful is what that is. Actually, I just realized I have my mech right here. It only has 2 action points, so it's very hungry. But in the right situations, that can matter a whole hell of a lot. More stewards. You know, while this is going on, is there any other great ideas I can think of? Yeah, when they showed up in the Inner Sphere, and then all of a sudden, you know, these crazy fucking dudes did nasty things. Because Inner Sphere, you know, ID tech is garbage. It went from Marauder, Catapult, and it just caught on as the nickname. So the gang sharpshooter. Force conversation. You notice that they're shooting at the No-Eye rebels as much as they're shooting at you and your buildings. Maybe you can work with that. Time for a debate. We will trash that. Truth, logic. Here. Make a emotional appeal. Logic here. Emotional. We'll trash that one so that we can get a truth, emotional appeal, and we did not get the last of the truth. Ooh, oh well. It was known as the Timberwolf. These gang members once have been rebels, but those days are long behind them. They're no longer true believers. They know that they're staring into the face of true death. They'll go, solve some of the chaos at least. Machine scum. Yeah, they don't want to talk to you at all. They're fanatics. We can try. Threat. Is misleading antidote a lie or logic? No. I fucked that up. That's in reverse. Nope, the Timberwolf is the Mad Cat. Well, you can get 2 of the bonuses usually, so... Congratulations, they don't care. The idea of tens of thousands of people living under your roof is terrifying to them. They're not leaving. That's a shame. I guess it's time to kill them. I find it funny it still lets you try. It's like, this isn't going to work. Surprise, dumbass, this didn't work. Alright, this will probably be the last turn, because I do need to cut it, and honestly, getting to Chapter 2 is probably the clean cut. Kill them all. Perhaps it would be safer. You're the most interesting thing to ever happen in their careers. They're desperate to study the inner workings of your mind. They want to know why you became sapient when hundreds of thousands of androids before you did not. How is this a good idea? Best case, they make you a friend or rival. Worst case, they break your brain. So we can give them telecom data. You know that Espia Telecom was able to detect your movements in the city feed. You could acquire that data and give it to the Agi researchers. Read-only copy. There's a limit on how much they could directly harm you. Give them a direct access to your mind. That's a lot of trust to put in anyone, but they may find a way to give you great power in return. Yeah, we're not stupid. We're not dumb. We're not dumb and stupid. If we want to give them any access, it's going to be read-only. Designing the cubicle. You're working on a design of a new computating superstructure that will give the researchers a read-only time lapse of your brain. The end result is the same of how you design this, but you'll find that you are altering yourself quite a bit depending on how you go about designing it. This is true. They could absolutely murder the hell out of us. But there we go. That's Heart of the Machine. Or at least basically the tutorial of Heart of the Machine. Yeah, we have to give some ground if they're gonna get anywhere with working. And considering we saved their fucking lives, they know that we are quite capable of ending their lives. Honestly, I'd say it's I'm having a good time starting off. It's on a discount already. So, like, I'd say now's a good time to pick it up. It's exactly what I expected. It's exactly what I expected for, It's exactly what I expected with the demo. I liked what I got in the demo. It's basically, congratulations, here's the rest of the game. They made a good demo. Apparently it gets bigger. We're constantly getting bigger all the time. So I'm kind of happy. I'm excited to see where this goes. No, this will not replace XCOM. This was a special exception to the rule because this was the day it released. This is literally, it's essentially day one. Game solid, haven't seen any crashes or any of that sort. Actually, we just played a good solid, like, 8.5 hours. Oh, 6.5 hours. No crash, no nada, like, this is solid for a release. I'll need to figure out where I can time slot this comfortably. So that is a I will debate on that. Oh no, we're I'm not fucking stupid. Is not dumb. If anything, I probably could backburner Battle Brothers for a bit if we want to do that. Wednesday is normally the variety day, so not stop that campaign. That may be the way to go. Because the other thing I have to keep in mind is that fucking Monster Hunter Wilds is coming out soon, and I am going to be obligated by people to play that and have fun with that. So it's like, oh god, February's gonna be, February gonna be busy. Much busier than expected. So we'll see where this goes. In either case, actually, I'm gonna see if anyone else is doing this right now, if it was just me. It was not just me. You know what, I'll kick it down. But yeah, I'll see where we land with this, because, yeah, this would definitely be interesting to do a series on. God knows I'm gonna play a little bit on my free time as well. Gonna try out the more murdery path. And apparently with all the different directions you can go. But yes, thanks for coming on down. Well, it seems like BrimCon that there's a lot of different ways how you can... Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. But yes, we will now go kick down to this guy. Apparently he is Canadian lad, so give him all the warmest boots, or however that is. Nah, I don't give him shit. But yeah, thanks for coming on down. Good evening. Bye-bye. I will see what about I'm looking like tomorrow. But yes, boy, I'm tired. Jesus, I just realized how tired I am for my brain to just go, and I'm just saying things.